Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, what day is it? Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be doing some more, Insignia dev. Maybe we'll do a little bit of Ludum Dare prep. Going to be mucking around in Godot. We've got a lot of things we can do. I might just play it by ear. Trying to take it a little bit easy, coming back in to the stream, back to Sydney, coming back from GDC, and obviously my time in LA with with the Primogen and TJ and Low Level. So, just trying to take it a little bit easy today. I didn't have a great sleep last night. I don't know. I think it might be like post-travel sickness setting in. So I'm pretty tired today, but it is what it is. I'm here to have a good time. It might even be a long time. I don't know how we'll go today. We'll see how we go. How is everyone? You all doing well? I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat, especially those of you who are here from Primogen's stream for the first time. Welcome first time chatters and viewers. Big thank you to those of you following and subscribing. Thank you Swizz for the most recent sub. Also a big thanks to Imador for the most recent follow. We got our hype train started already, Virtue versus Vice. Thank you so much. Welcome. Also, a huge thank you to everybody watching on YouTube. Hey, welcome, YouTube. How you doing? Hey. All right. So, let's talk about what we want to do today. Like I said, I'm going to take it pretty easy. There are like a few things we can kind of play around with. So let's do I don't know. First things first, I want to import the work that I did while I was away. Let's just discard all of this into the repo. What's going on here? What are we doing? I kind of just want to reset at this, at origin development. Sure. And then all this stuff. What is this doing? I don't think I need any of this. It's interesting that there are changes, but I don't think I need them. I think I'm just going to discard those. Hey, Gamerish, welcome. Super noob. Hey, Hamster of Doom. Stumbled upon your videos. Thanks for the content thus far. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to be making a lot more of that content soon. I'm pretty excited to just do more tutorials and more vlogs about Insignia. I'm hoping to take a day off tomorrow to do a bit of a video record. A W human, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So we are going to I guess we can open up Insignia and just make sure that it's working. Post GDC, post pull. I've got kind of this is my Insignia to-do list, but I almost want to pull this out and do an even more abstract, stream to-do. So maybe I'll call this make a new file and we'll call it the workstation or something like that. That's a cool name. Alrighty, one sec. New file, new design file. We're gonna call this not the desktop. Let's call it the desktop. That's always fun. So I'm gonna take this, and I'm going to take this and copy them and paste them here. Okay. Hey, thank you so much, Bandit. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the sub as well. How long have you been working on this game of yours? I've been working on this game a long time. Since 2017, I started it. Thanks for doing the water tower. Thanks for watching. You recovered from TJ and Prime. I really enjoyed hanging out with TJ and Prime. I'm gonna be honest. It was not tiring at all to work with them. It's actually kind of like, for me, a little bit like liberating to not have the attention on me quite so much, you know, when I'm streaming. Like, I liked doing, it was cool to be on stream doing the work and having them like entertaining chat, and then me just sort of chiming in when I wanted or whatever. Like, it was pretty cool. Okay, so I'm sort of like torn between two worlds here. I've got my like very visual, you know, Figma day planner, which I think is good for chat. You guys like to see this stuff. And then we've got like my VS Code TJ version of a to-do list where I've got more project specific to-do stuff. So I think what I'll do is just like at the start of my day on my laptop, just type stuff up here, save it, and then bring things into Figma to work on and load into my like day planner thing. And then from there, I can go back and check this off the next day or something like that. I do have like a to-do, that's this. Hey, thank you so much, everyone, for the hype train. Mr. A2D2, you got to be the show stealer. I was very surprised by chat's reaction to me. I was very humbled. It felt great. I was a little bit embarrassed even to just have so much love and affection. You know, what's the appropriate response for all that? Other than to just be like, I want to do a good job for you guys. So, yeah. How did you guys get to work together? I mean, I think Prime likes the idea of making games, and he had a sponsor in Cursor contact them, and they pretty much just went like, hey, we want to make this tower defense game. We need like an artist and we need someone doing sound, stuff like that. And TJ and Prime were like aware of my content. Prime reached out and then TJ and I organized it. It was completely random chance. It was so random how it happened because I was going to be in San Francisco the week before. I had no plans to be in the US or LA at any other time in my life other than like once in 2011. But I just happened to be going to GDC this year. So I was in San Francisco and they were like, why don't you just come over to LA and we'll do this tower thing. You can hang out with us for the week and we'll do it from there. Otherwise, they were going to like commission the work from me from Sydney. So I had no insight or way of or foresight that this was going to happen. But it was really, really fun the way it panned out. So, I've got like, let me just sort of lay out things that I can do on stream. So like tasks that can be done this week, basically. Okay. So, in fact, it's not even that. It's like, there's like Insignia dev. This is like a whole thing, basically like finish, demo. There's also like get the alpha back up and running. There is record, well, there's Insignia dev, then there's Insignia marketing, which is get Steam page ready for wish lists. Approved, not even approved. It's basically press publish on Steam page, actually, is where we're at with that. But first it's like cut trailer clips, take new screenshots. This I will do off stream. I don't think I'll do it on stream. This is called Figma, It's not really like, it's just a UI design app, but I use it as my to-do. What else we got? We've got LD setup or prep. So Ludum Dare is coming up. I want to install Godot. I want to test out, refresh my knowledge. I want to set up CI CD so we can do playtesting while we're doing the jam. That'll be really fun. Hey Gangs Robin, hey Ken GV, thank you so much. What's LD? Oh, you guys don't know what LD is. Okay, let me introduce you. So, Ludum Dare, otherwise known as Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare. It's Ludum Dare, but we call it Ludum Dare because that's an English word, that's a Latin word, but that's also a Latin word, so you can pick and choose what you want to do. Ludum Dare is one of the biggest game jams that gets run online. It's been going for a long time, like a decade and a half, I think at this point, maybe even longer. Ludum Dare. So you can check it out here. This is like the Wikipedia page for it. It basically started before 2013. Like I can't remember when the first year was. 2002 it started. So they basically record the winners every year. There are 2 versions of Ludum Dare, actually 3 now, that run parallel. So there is the Compo, which is a game jam that runs over 48 hours over a weekend. You have to basically make the game from scratch by yourself. It's a solo comp. It's judged by fellow developers. So if you submit, you basically then go through like a rating process where you play everybody else's games, or at least of some subset of them that you can get through. If your game gets 20 reviews, then it becomes eligible to win. And your game gets ranked based on a bunch of different criteria. So like humor or like polish and how well it relates to the theme. There's a bunch of criteria that you can get judged on, and then overall there's a score as well. So you can win medals basically for how well you do relative to the other participants. Then there's the jam. The jam is a team version of the competition and it runs over 3 days. So it's not just Saturday and Sunday, it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then there's the casual version, which you get 2 weeks and it's not judged. It's just like more of a community event. So the way that Ludum Dare works is you don't know what the theme is going to be until literally this timer ends. It's completely basically hidden, it's secret. What there is instead is theme voting. So what happens is there's a whole phase before the jam starts, weeks in advance, where they get potential participants to suggest themes. You can suggest as many as you like. You can suggest like 100 themes. They usually have thousands of themes. Then there's the theme slaughter round. So for a week, 2 weeks before the jam starts, everyone gets to say yes or no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, to like as many themes as they can be bothered rating. At that point, like 99.9% of them just get trashed, and the top 60, I think it is, or in this case, it's, what is this, 20 times 3? Something like 60 or 30 or something get put in a short list, and then you vote for them. So I'll show you how that works because we can do it right now. So you load up, and then you have this this view here, and what you're seeing here is basically you either get to upvote, downvote, or leave any of these, and you only get, you know, as many, you only get to do that once for each of the things, so you can't like double upvote. So in this case, I am pretty picky about the themes that I like because I've done this so many times. So I kind of have a good sense of which themes make for good possibilities of jams. And I also like specifically, you know, the kinds of themes that let me make what I want to make. So no harm in being selfish there. Bottomless is really an interesting one. I like that. I like bottomless. Decay is okay. I'll leave that for now. Don't let it out of your sight. I could see something cool here, but I might just, I don't know. I'm going to leave that for now. Companion, that's a cool one too. I'll upvote that one for now. Waves. I mean, it's everyone's going to do like a tower defense, right? You guys want to do Mordoria too? For the jam. Assert Mordoria. Salvage, I like that. Reflection, that's a good one. Out of order, nah. Journey, love Journey. Oh, these are actually pretty good. Use it or lose it, send signals. These are all really good. Wow, this is like the first time I have seen so many good ones. Usually I'm downvoting all of them. I love ancient, I love folklore. Let's downvote this one. Keep it together. I don't care about that. Alchemy is interesting. Cartography, that's really cool. Maintenance, nope. Send signals, nah. Use it or lose it. That's not bad. I don't hate it. This is all this is way too positive. Reflection. I really like one word themes that can be interpreted in a bunch of different ways. Mechanically, thematically, like that's where you get really, really good jams because everyone has a different kind of view on it. And you get to see all the differences in their, you know, interpretation. Waves, I might just downvote it because I just know we're going to get so many wave-based shooters and tower defense games. It's just, I'm not interested in that, in playing that many games that do that. Don't let it out of your sight. Also, I'll take away 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Man, my brain just saw this and was like, Balatro. Ding, 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 ding. Out of order. That one as well, I'm going to say no. Companion. I'll leave that one off for now. Bottomless, salvage, reflection, journey, cartography, alchemy, folklore, ancient. That's pretty good. I might leave it there. Hey, none your business. Thank you so much. Yeah, decay is good actually. I might keep that one. I'm not. Have they really been saying that? Is that real? I'd love to do a tutorial on like a video on like the UX of Balatro. It's pretty good. Does everyone see the same themes in yes, everyone sees the same themes in the same round. The final round is basically the best 10 of the last 2 rounds. So like these will get thousands of upvotes and downvotes. And then on the final round, you'll just see the last 10 or whatever it is. And then it goes dark for like 2 days and then it gets announced the minute the jam starts. So you can kind of do a little bit of prep. You know, you can be like, well, we could conceptualize what kind of games we might make for like the ones that we like or even the ones we don't like as insurance, but you know, you can't ever really know. You can't really start developing in advance. Will I hire for Insignia? Hey, Snoppy. Actually, yes. So Insignia has a team currently, but pending additional funding, it would be nice to add like an engineer, maybe even another couple of pixel artists. A producer would be good. There's like definitely opportunity there if anybody has a specific interest in the game and wants to work on it, I would be happy to take your applications. You can reach out at adam@uponhill.com. That looks like this. Don't spam though. Okay. So, a few things. So what I like to do is I just take this, I drag it over here and say, okay, we did this at 1:35, done. Just tracking my time, you know? Okay. There's other stuff here as well though. There is merch, design merch. What else was I gonna do this week? Oh, there's a whole additional task or like a set of tasks for redesign stream overlay. I really want to try this in Godot. Way more organized than Mordoria. Hey, they were pretty organized. It wasn't too bad. Will I use Lua? I've never really written in Lua. The only Lua I've ever done is in Sprite. You can write extensions. So if you go to scripts, you can open scripts folder. And I wrote a couple of like lines of code editing some of these. So this is Lua as far as I know. And this is just like little export macros for Sprite to get it doing specific things. So like I have it, you know, what I'll do is I'll make tags out of all of my frames and I'll press Shift T and that will go and export each of these as its own PNG with this as the name, as like it's like the name of the file dash this tag as the animation. So I do that. I also have like one that exports like layers in, like if I do a background and I want different parallax layers, I'll name the different folders, put all the layers in each of the folders, and then it'll be like background, middle ground, foreground, and it'll export those. Yeah. Swordazar says, hey, question here. Have you experimented in selling assets? Yes, I have done. I don't really push it though. I probably should do more about it. But do you know what? I'm just a bit insecure about them being useful. I've got a couple of fonts on itch.io, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, I mean like, one sec. Man, everything has been such a drag recently. I don't know why it's not running as fast as it used to. Yeah, so like for example, like this file here has like a ton of layers. But each of them is in a folder, and each folder exports as a, well, each root layer / folder that isn't locked. So like foreground, that's a thing, that's a layer. And then like rocks, and then mist, and then waterfall, background. So you can just press, I just press Control Shift E and it goes and exports all that. It's like mandatory, like you have to do it. Otherwise you end up exporting one after another thing. So, new stream overlay. I mean, this is kind of like do need finding or like design overlay. Which is kind of like concept, UX, build modules, inputs and interaction, pass through to OBS, sending to OBS, and like handling camera. What else we got? The Insignia website is like a whole additional thing. I was thinking we could do a one-pager, like landing page. Maybe we vibe code that? I've never really, like, I know how to code in HTML and JS and CSS, but like the revolving door of different frameworks just makes me not really interested in keeping on top of it all. So I often will just roll my own website from scratch, but I'll vibe code it. I don't need to do much with it. So how did I learn Figma? Oh, literally just install it. It's really straightforward. It has like 3 tools. Figma is like literally, well, I'll take you through all of Figma. Ready? You got this thing. Oh, you can't see that. Let me bring it in a little bit. Okay, this is Figma. You got this row down the bottom. Those are your tools. You could do shapes. You could do splines, which do like Bezier curves and stuff. You could do text with T or this little thing here. You can add comments, which we don't need right now. And you can make frames. These all have different options too. So you can do sections, slices. The shapes can be different kinds of shapes. The pen can be a pencil tool, which is more freeform. And then this, you can do annotations and stuff. That's like it. There's like this, and then there's like extensions and stuff that people do, community stuff and different settings. On the left-hand side, it's just, these are your documents pages. So like you've got the pages of your document, and then you've got the layers in the current page. And the layers are just, you know, they're just objects arranged on the Z by Z order. Now, what's really, really cool, basically the really cool stuff is frames. So I should also mention there's a design menu and a prototype menu. I don't really use a prototype, I just use design. These are just CSS properties. That's basically it. It's just like, okay, you got a position, you got, oh, that's, I guess, HTML or whatever, but like the layout has like a width, a height, you can give it a color, you can make that color a gradient, you can do whatever you want. It's just like Photoshop, really. Just a bunch of properties and stuff. You can get images in there, and then you can do effects too. So you can't really see that, but you can do like, oh, let's add a drop shadow. Let's do a layer blur. Basically just stuff you would see in a web app. But what's cool is you can take objects, yeah, and when you give them frames, you can do auto layouts. So you press Shift A, and what that does is that it turns this into an object that can contain other things that are arranged a specific way. So you can put this in here, and now if I make more of them, they will get arranged in like horizontal order. You can swap that to be vertical, so you can go down. You can even do wraparound, so you can take this, and as it gets smaller, you can arrange the objects differently. You can even have these expand, so these can fill the container. Now we can grab this and drag it around, and those will expand to fit. And you can nest them. So you can say, okay, I want that as a row, and now I want a second row, but now these are going to get arranged downwards. So I've got 2 rows of content. This one, I only want 2 blocks. This one's going to have 4, and you can start doing like actual DOM layout stuff. You know, you can then also, so you give these all properties and stuff. We can round them, do what we want. You can put text inside of them. So you can go, hey, here's some text. That's going to go inside of this, and this is going to be like that. That's going to be like that. So now the text is centered inside. We can make the text scale. We can drag it in and out. It does export, like if you go into the, there's a button for developer mode. If you go into developer mode, you can, that's it here. Developer mode gives you all the CSS properties and the layout styles and stuff like that for the current thing you're looking at. And there are extensions that let you export. You can export in SVG, I think. But yeah, that's like the basics of it. The other really powerful thing that it can do is it can do components. So you can take this and say, okay, I want this to be a new component. And now I'm gonna make 5 of those components. I want these ones to be a different color. Let's make these red. But if I change the text here, it's gonna change in all of them. I can even change the size of this here, and that might change in all of them too. So you can do basically like class definitions and then instances of the stuff that you're making. It's not as powerful as I'd like it to be, but it's pretty good. Like it's as far as like inheritance and object-oriented design goes, you can get pretty far. In fact, all of this stuff you're looking at, these are components. You can even give the components variations. So this here, right? I've got this finished demo. This little drop down here, these are custom. I made these options, and all they do is change the color of this light, but they can do other things too. So I can say, oh, this is an urgent task. Click that, and it switches to a component variation that has a red light instead of a yellow light. So, you know, that just, I can go like, let's go to the original. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. There you go. So these are my states. This is the component container, and these are the different states that you can set with variable names that toggle which one you see based on the drop down. So it's pretty cool. Like I like it a lot. And then I just grab these because these are auto arranged in this list. I can just grab them and rearrange them or put them down in here. And that's just how I do my to-do lists. Yeah, I mean, this what you're looking at here is not dissimilar from what you would call Kanban, and Kanban is it's the Trello model. The thing is, Kanban as a I guess approach to handling work, I don't love it. I don't think it's a very good system unless you're in a very specific context that is essentially like a chain, like a factory supply chain. If you're working in a team that is working in factory supply chain fashion, then Trello and Kanban are great. What it basically is good for is the idea that you have some task, right? It's like, this is a concept, you know, design, development, you know, QA, and then like, you know, push to production or whatever. And the idea would be, okay, like we've got all these tasks, these features that we want to release. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a feature and we're going to track the flow of that feature. This is a shop, shopping cart. So I've got an e-commerce platform. We're doing the shopping cart. It's being moved across the teams as it's being worked on. That's what Kanban's good for. So each of the lanes is a phase in the development cycle. And if you're like a PM or whatever, you're tracking the flow of work from concept to release. You know, maybe there's even UX research stuff that happens before concept. That is fine. And it actually came, I think, from like the Toyota factory line in like the who knows when. It's like, okay, we have this chain and we need to effectively measure the flow of work being done. If you're not working in this model, you don't need it. You're better off with just a to-do list, which is all this really is. This is just 4 to-do lists and then my day. And I'm just dragging the tasks from the to-do list into my day. It looks superficially like Trello, but it's as a model of how to think. It's just, I've just got a bunch of stuff I need to do and I'm breaking it down. I used to use Quire, which is kind of interesting. But it's sort of, it's like this, but it's nested. So you can do like trees of tasks, which is reasonable. Like the idea of having like subtasks in a task, it makes sense. But I find there's kind of this like workflow that I really want to avoid, where you pre-optimize too many things. I feel like planning for this kind of stuff, if you're working solo, should really happen only for the purpose of making concrete the things that you need to do. Like you have some abstract task and you want to break it down into things you can definitely do and measure and complete. That's when I start turning these into this thing. Otherwise, you end up filling oh, hey, Zeppelin, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Hey, Cloud Astra. Yeah, you end up like filling this huge document full of stuff, and it gets overwhelming because like, you might even start listing tasks that in the course of your work become not worth doing, or just not real tasks. Hey, thanks for the sub, Cloud. So I did this for a while. I was like, I have this enemy and it's got these attacks. I guess in the future I'll have this enemy and it'll have these attacks, and I need to do the design for the attacks and the animations for the attacks. And I've basically filled out this document with like hundreds of tasks. And then it was like, I don't know if I want to do that. Like maybe I don't even use that enemy. Now I have to delete like 15 tasks relating to this enemy. So I try not to over scope or over prepare, pre-optimize my tasks. But what I really want to use this for is thinking about how I should prioritize my time. That's the hard thing. So like I've got this week, right? I've got so much stuff I got to think about, and I can't do one thing until it's finished and then start a new thing. I have to split my time a little bit across them. I thought Ludum Dare had been cancelled forever. Ludum Dare is back. It had never been cancelled forever. They were cancelling the April edition for this year because there wasn't enough funding to run it. But then they figured out how to fund it, and now they're running it again. So Shorzy, bud. You know, I haven't really been watching a lot of Shorzy, so I'm not really sure if I'm going to do a great job of it, but yeah, I'll give it a red hot goal. That's terrible. I actually haven't watched Shorzy. I've only watched a little bit of, what's the other show called? The other one he's in. Like it's just gonna be a Canadian accent at the end of the day. That's all I got for you. Hey, by the way, I don't know, to be honest. Awesome. Letterkenny. That's the show I've watched a little bit of. Yeah, I mean, I watched a whole season of Letterkenny, and I feel like that's not a bad indoctrination to the accent. But can you do a New Yorker? I mean, look, New York is a place with a lot of different accents. You've got the the more kind of upstate New York. It's a little more kind of finely clipped, you know. This is your Bob Saget, you know, your Ted Mosby. That's New York. Even Albany, you've got your Principal Skinner. Then you got the Bronx, and that's like a whole completely different thing altogether. So I don't know. That's something else. It's almost New Jersey. What else? I don't know. New York. That's the other. Then you've got the whole, hey, I'm walking here Italian thing, you know. New York. Cup of coffee. But that's I almost feel like that's a bit of a cop-out to be talking like that. Queens. I hear the cringing on the other side. I feel bad doing it. I know I've never been there before. I don't know many people from there. Just do a Bill Burr Boston accent. What do you mean? Bill Burr. He just shouts a lot, right? What app are we looking at? This is Figma. I quite like Larry David. I like the Larry David. I like Larry David, and I like the Vermont kind of like Bernie Sanders. I like that. That's a fun accent. Cyborg, thank you so much for the sub. I feel like Adam gets annoyed every time I bug him about merch. Hey, we're getting there. 3D Factors is today I asked Theo, ex-Twitch engineer, about having multi-platform chats on stream. You can have them side by side as much as you like. The rule is against merging them into one stream of text. Awesome, thank you. Thank you for that. That was a heavy Jewish inflection you got there. I wouldn't know. I've never lived in the US. I do not see accents. I just hear them. All right. So, what are we doing? Merch. That's a thing. Look at that. See, I've got it in the task list. Don't be upset about it. Stream overlay, Ludum Dare prep. Then there's like a whole bunch of other tasks that are like business, serious business tasks. This is like post GDC, review, meet to match contacts. Then there's like GDC contacts, and there's, what else do we have to do? Oh yeah, there's like the grant, acquittal for travel. I gotta get all my travel. I gotta get all of my receipts so that I can send them over. That's a whole thing. There's also for the demo. Well, I guess, yeah. Demo, grant, acquittal as well. We got lots of grants. There's a bit of Obama in those New York accents. A little bit of an Obama. Something we can do together. All of our accents combined in one. Better be looking at it than looking for it. That's it. I've never done an Obama impression. That's my first time. I think. It felt weird. Have I? Gandalf the Great. That's what they used to call me. But I'm Gandalf the White. Or maybe it's yes, we can. Anyway, I'm gonna move on from the accents. Let's get back to doing some work. So, see your cables, IP cables or LP, one of them. Texathens says went to a Unity meetup in Austin and they were talking about GDC. Nice. Yeah, GDC was good fun. All right. This stuff actually is pretty urgent. I really do need to do it. like this week for sure. The new stream overlay, unfortunately, it's actually not ever going to be urgent. It's kind of like unvalidated and ongoing. I still really want to do it though. No, we're not doing the Gilbert Gottfried. I'm refunding that one. I know how much you like hearing me shout, but I'm not going to be your parrot this time. No, thank you. This is a serious stream for serious developers. The good people have come from Primogen's stream to watch me be productive. All right. I don't have to. Is Figma a task management tool? It's actually not. I just use it like it is one. Yeah, I'll be a Huckle Parrot. That's actually a line that sounds a lot like one of my favorite voices to do. It sounds like the McCree accent. What is he called? Cassidy. That's my absolute favorite one. Good old Matt Mercer. Okay, so Ludum Dare prep is a this week thing for sure. Insignia dev, that is kind of an ongoing thing, but I really do need to get this stuff up sooner than later. It'd be nice to do a bit of a retro on this, on what's left. Look at me talking like I'm in a company. Smeagol talking like a serious streamer for serious development. No, please, please. I'm rejecting them. I'm gonna put it on ice. We're not doing accent redeems for a little bit. Too many and too short of a span of time. Another day, maybe. I love to do them, Lord of the Rings ones especially, but I just, you know, I'm a busy boy now. It's a busy time. All right, so let's have a look. We need to prioritize some stuff here. Ludum Dare is, like, I'm definitely doing it this week. This stuff, the grant acquittal stuff, that's basically got to be tomorrow. Like, it's pretty urgent. In fact, all of these tasks are really urgent, but I can't do them on stream. So they've got to be off stream tonight. Let's actually book them in for later. I'm going to take all of them and I'm going to put them down at like 7 p.m. Actually, I've got a meeting at 7, so let's call it half an hour each. Probably doesn't even need to be that long. Well, it depends on if I'm going to reach out to these people or just collect the contacts. That should be okay as it is. There's also other stuff here that's really important that I need to do, such as GDTO. It's the Game Developers Tax Offset. I need to speak to someone about that because I can save myself a bunch of tax if I register before the game comes out. All right, what else are we doing? Let's do some chapter title stuff. Okay. Hey, Shavator. You'll be okay. I'll be doing Ludum Dare prep later. Hey, Pixel, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you. Appreciate ya. 10 gifteds. Who dodged? Who got hit? All right. Also, we need a now chip. I love doing those. So we could take a polygon. We're going to rotate it. Oop. We're going to press Control E or to round it off like that. In fact, let's do this quickly before we do that. They broke this. See this? They broke it. You should be able to drag that across. Everything else you can drag across. You take this and click this and okay, maybe you can't. What? You can drag that for alpha. I was dragging this for position. I guess I can't do that anymore. Anyway, let's call this what, 6 pixels. Command E or Control E, and then that's where we are right now. Just do a little bit of a whoop. It's so annoying. It's literally just the round. The round one doesn't work. Oh, but now it does? I don't know what's going on. There's something buggy with their little drag icon solution. Figma of your imagination. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Sorry, just got a message. All right, so we'll call this planning. So what I think is really important is that I kind of bank these into, well, they're kind of time banked already in terms of like when I should do them. The LD prep, I'd like to do sooner than later. Maybe we'll do that now, but I do want to do the Insignia retro as well. Let's do that first. Okay, we'll spend like, what, half an hour on this? Maybe like 45. So, Insignia recap time. Insignia retro. Alrighty, welcome everybody. Those of you who are new to the stream, please ignore these 900 warnings. Let's give a little introduction to Insignia and where we're at on the project. This is like actually I'm going to do a full top down on the whole thing. So if you have no insight into who I am and what I do outside of my time on the Primeagen stream, hold on to your butts because you're about to get clued in. I like to do this once every like month or 2 months. I just like do a full-on top-down and just think about where we're at and what's changed. So, welcome everybody. My name's Adam. This is my game. It's called Insignia. Insignia is it's an action adventure game. It's side-scrolling. It's pixel art. A little bit retro. A little bit modern. The game is a compelling hero's journey story with action combat and platform mechanics. It's also got crafting and quests. You could wrap it up into the term Zelda-like, and that would probably give you most of what you need to know. In fact, we can even do a little bit of the pitch deck if you want to see that. That's almost even a better intro than this document. So this is my game Insignia. So the game is a puzzle platforming action adventure, but the special abilities are hidden within enemies. Okay, so you face down an enemy, you capture their ability with a well-timed parry, then you can use those abilities to your advantage in battle as special, powerful attacks. But those attacks also have platforming properties, so you can also soar to new heights and use those to your advantage. Basically, the game lets you capture different abilities from different enemies and use them to get around the levels and unlock new paths, that kind of thing. It's kind of like the core mechanic of a Metroidvania, but in a framework that makes more sense in a Zelda-style game. So, you unlock lots of different abilities as you play through the game at these mysterious shrines, and those are kind of scattered across the world, either through story or exploration. You can find new abilities and unlock them. The abilities only last for the room that you're in. So you basically get to keep the ability until you leave the scene, and then when you load up into the next room, they're all cleared. When you unlock them, it kind of like gives you the right to capture them from enemies. So unlocking just gives you access to the abilities, but you can't use them unless you have an enemy in the room that contains it, and then you can steal it for a limited time, or a limited, not time, but space. As you go through the game and complete major chapters, there are 5 chapters of the game. You will have the ability to slot permanent moves into those slots, but that's kind of like more like late game, kind of like loadout building stuff that goes as you go. It's also got a forging system. So in this game, you kind of do all permanent progress via forging. You can forge new abilities into your kind of inventory. You can forge quest items for NPCs. You can forge food to recover health. Everything is forging because you play a blacksmith. Your name is Armin. He's just come of age. The game takes place 1 year after the tragic disappearance of his father, a famous blacksmith named Magnus. Armin wanted to be like a musician, but because of the events that have occurred and the town in which he lives, in this world, basically, you have to basically just take up the role of your father, so he's kind of forced to become a blacksmith. The game is it's a sprawling adventure, so you go through lots of different towns, you meet different NPCs, there's all kinds of fun to be had and adventures. Every NPC has their own little quest, their own little story, and you satisfy those quests by going out into the world, finding new new questing materials, crafting stuff for them, opening up new pathways, getting new designs from them to make new things, to make more gear, to let you explore more, etc., etc. And the game itself is kind of like, for me, I liken it to, like I've said, it's like Zelda, but also like Metroidvania kind of games. So there is a linear-ish pathway that you take through the world for the first 4 chapters. And in the last chapter, you go back through the world, and the backtracking kind of opens up a whole bunch of new and different paths as you come back across the world to the 5th chapter of the game. So it's the world is non-linear, but the first half of the game takes you through that non-linear space in a linear fashion. The game has dungeons, as you would expect in like a Zelda or an RPG game. In an RPG. So, you're kind of going from these towns to these explorable areas, and each chapter ends in a dungeon with, big theatrical boss fights, that sort of take advantage of all of the game's major mechanics. All right, so that's basically what I'm making. I've been making this game since 2018 or 2017 even. We've been to a few exhibitions. We've been to PAX in Australia. We've been to Smash, which is a Sydney manga and anime show. We've been to, we will be at Alt Games Fest this month, actually, in Sydney. I need to make sure that I'm set up for that. That's not this weekend, is it? I'm demoing the game at an event. I'm pretty sure it's this month. I gotta make sure what day it is. One sec. Holy moly. This Primogen thing totally spun my calendar on its head. It is on the 12th to the 13th. So it's literally 2 weeks from now. Holy moly. Okay. Well, that's fun. Let me put that in my calendar. Oh no, my wife's grandmother's 90th birthday is during that time. I hope I can make that work. That's like the week after Ludum Dare. Okay, then Ludum Dare might not be able to be the full-on experience that we normally do. I don't think I'll be pulling any all-nighters for it. got to look into that. Yeah. These are all games that were made in the city that I live. Okay. So that's where we're at. We've also been awarded a couple of grants. So Screen Australia funded the game last year. We got 100k Australian for that. Screen New South Wales, which is the state that I live in, also chipped in some money. They put in 30k. And then we got a little travel grant to go to GDC recently. So had a lot of help, but it was very competitive getting these grants awarded. So it's taken a lot of time in the last year, but totally worth it because it let me hire a team and build out the last chapter that we've been working on, this demo. A couple of things you should know about like me and the project is, we've pretty much been working on this game for like years and years before going into production. I would say like last year was like the big first production year, but like me working on the game by myself, trying to figure it out, what it is, how to make it, that's been a number of years. The game pretty much has a complete vertical slice at this point. I'm just polishing off some demo stuff. It'll be basically ready for player enjoyment in the next month or two. Like next 3 or 4 weeks, we should be able to get that to a place where we could use it for a Kickstarter or something like that. And of course, like the rest of the story and content are pretty much scoped out. Just other stuff you should know about the project. Obviously, I stream like all of it. We have the YouTube channel where people can watch what we're doing. And we do some community playtesting as well. This is more just publisher stuff, blah, blah, blah. Other games that it's like, timelines, that kind of stuff, where we're at. But yeah, that's the little pitch on what Insignia is. So that kind of covers all of this, really. I was going to give you like a little skinny on like the design doc. This is my GDD, basically. I also do it in Figma. We have like all of the mock-ups for the decision-making that got us to the system for how the game works. Different regions, stuff like that. A catalog for all of the different abilities that I've designed for the game and ways that you can use those abilities. So like, hey, look, it's like a plunge attack. What can we do with a plunge attack? We can go through a wall down into a lower level. We can break multiple blocks. We can, make our way up and then break some blocks and then go up a path that is connected to this block that we wouldn't have been able to go up before. Lots of different little bits and pieces. Maybe we can bring something down off of a ledge by breaking a surface and that shatters the entire space. Lots of just little ideas. And I have these idea catalogs for like most of the abilities in the game. There are going to be 16 and we've got like 8 of them in there. They're actually quite straightforward. They're really just an animation and a behavior state, like just like a class and some animation, and then like I assign effects to them. So, and then they get set to a button prompt, like a button input. So that's all just very easy to set up. It's more about designing the enemies and the levels around those abilities that make them worthy puzzle pieces. So we do that on stream as well. There are a bunch of other things in the game, like there's a cello system. You can literally play the cello in the game. I can show you that if you're interested. In fact, that's in the current alpha. You can play test that. This is just like a demo room for testing it. Don't mind the tree growing out of the bedroom. I'm not sure if this is going to be too loud or what. Oops, okay. Let's try that again. Just quit the game. Oh, I got it muted. One sec. Can you hear that? I can't hear it. Interesting. Sounds like there's actually no audio. Even this we can't hear. Did I do something? Well, that's new. Let's go to a different scene and see if it works there instead. Just the audio in general. No. That is a new problem. Let's go to the mixer. Is it playing out of... Oh, hang on a second. When you plug a PlayStation controller into your computer, the PlayStation controller says that it's got a speaker in it, and the computer goes, oh, you plugged an audio device in. Let's play the music out of the audio device that is the controller. Okay, cool. Am I Turkish? Nope. Yeah, so this is the game. I don't want to show you this part yet. Or maybe I should. I'll just show you some running around and stuff. We're working on some camera stuff, some new camera stuff. So some things may be a little weird in how they're rendered, like those black bars. Where are the chaos orbs? Sup, Teach? So you can eat food in this game. It's kind of like Zelda, but there's like a quick menu that doesn't pause the game when you do it. So it's closer to like an Estus flask situation. There will be recipes that you can use to actually make permanent, like actual Estus flask type things. But right now, like a lot of the base food are like consumables. So that enemy there, they had an ability inside of them, and we wouldn't be able to, well, we can't capture that ability until we've unlocked it later. Oh, get wrecked. Hang on, let's do the juggle. Boom, boom. Yeah, so that's the game. There's more to it, obviously. We got towns, we've got dungeons, we've got like this whole level, you know, goes on for, there's like an hour and a half of gameplay right now. I've just dropped us into like a little fun explorable area. Lots of different enemies. Get out of here, you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, I'm leaving. Secret areas and stuff like that as well. So hang on a second. I'm just enjoying my game too much. I'm just having such a good time. Okay, so let's go have a look at that that cello system that I was going to show you. So this is Scene Graph. We built this for the game in Unity. It lets us jump around the map very easily and map levels together. So this is the cello system. It's an in-game instrument, right? Check this out. It's an in-game instrument that uses the gamepad to basically like play the cello. So it's like, you can go like up the scale by going clockwise from bottom to like around and then around. So you can play them like notes together. So you can go like, do like a major chord. You can even flatten notes as well if you hold like a bumper. So let me show you. I gotta listen to this a bit louder. So you actually can see on the screen what I'm doing. If you tap, it goes up the octaves. So it's like, And then you can do like I said, chords, but you can flatten notes too. So you can go. Not that I can play the cello or the controller, but I like to do the. I like to do that. You can also, there's other things you can do. So, what's a song we can play? Like, there you go. That's Happy Birthday. Not very good, but you can play pretty much anything on it. Then, if you're really crazy, you can press the select button to go through mode shifts. So you see these 6 lights in the middle? We've been playing in the major scale. If you press select, you can go through like Dorian and Lydian and Mixolydian and like play whatever you want. That way you don't have to be sharpening and flattening all the time. If there's like a specific mode that the song you want to play is written in, you can do it that way. And then, if you happen to not be playing on a controller, there's just the keyboard, regular keyboard. And then you just press shift, the 2 shift keys to go back up and down. Can you connect a MIDI keyboard? I haven't gotten that far yet. Insignia is a door. So there are. Let me show you why this feature exists. This feature exists. There is a character that you meet at a certain point in the game, and there are a bunch of different like zones where you'll come up to these scenarios where like. So this guy's Leopold. He's playing the flute. He's trying to he's like an adventurer. He's trying to unlock like the secrets of the world or whatever. And he's like, "Do you see this door over here?" Armin's like, "That's a door." He's like, "Indeed." He's trying to discover the secrets of basically this this ancient kind of architecture. It's almost like natural architecture. Because he believes that if magic is real, he can maybe find a cure for like a disease that's affecting him and his sister. But anyway, Armin's like, "Hey, I played the cello, and you can come here and he will be playing music, but you can come over here and listen." So there's these like tuning forks in the levels. And it's like, oh, okay, maybe if I... Hey, now we're through. So you can interact with the game that way and, use the... That was Zelda's Lullaby. As debug! Just as debug. It'll be different in the build of the game, but that's just the first song that I programmed in. So yeah, you'll be able to interact with the world and do secrets and stuff by basically playing the cello at certain points in the game. There's no music playing right now. I think it's because I turned it off. Nope. I don't know why there's no music playing then. Oh, because we loaded in a music-free zone. this part of this chasm doesn't have music playing in it. The music turns off when you enter it. Cool. So yeah, we've got like the whole first chapter of the game pretty much in there. I can show you the town if you want. You can climb up on the buildings. Don't worry about shaders compiling just then. Hang on, I don't think we're going to make it. There you go. It is in Unity, yeah. So we've loaded in with like some quest stuff already finished, but yeah. Can you break clay pots? Yep. Is parallaxing the camera always optional when making a game? Oh yeah, you can do whatever you want. It's just a cool effect. Oh yeah, so this town has got a whole different, it's like a whole, you come in from this angle and then you run along the walls that way. So the game has like different, like I said, different chapters, different biomes. This is like just the mountain level basically. And you can see all the levels we just kind of ran through. So I showed you this, I showed you this. You come up through here, you can go up here. You got this, which we were just at. And then there's like a cave section underground. There's a whole bunch of levels there. Then there's like a library that you go to, a big archive. After that, there's like the forest sort of region, which has got like a bunch of more like cenotes style caves. So like sinkholes and stuff. And it's more like, it's also like more autumnal up in the mountains there. So it's kind of more like a bit colder and darker and more rainy in this chapter. Then there's like the desert levels. So there's like a whole train sequence and a whole village that takes place Snowpiercer style on a train. Then there's like a seaside kind of ocean chapter. And we've got all these like level prototypes up here. And then there's like a final kind of mountain area that goes up to like a castle where you do the final boss, which I'm not going to talk about too much. So yeah, that's kind of like where we're at the moment on the project. Still so much content to make, but the systems are in a really, really, really good spot. I think like in terms of how the game feels right now, it's pretty much where it needs to be. Show the boss fight? No, I'll save that. You can watch it when I'm working on it. Maybe Daddy is the final boss. It's a good guess, but not the case. Does saving work already? Yeah. You can save the game. Actually, do you know, recently I changed the save system from a binary formatted file, which has got some security issues, to JSON. So it's more moddable now than it was before. You can actually, it's kind of human readable. So like if I can show you what I'm doing here. In fact, for the GDC demo, I literally did something here where I went to quit, save game. I have these like I had like preset files for the game, and they loaded you in at specific points. Right now, these aren't there because this computer doesn't have them locally saved, but they're in like the app data, local roaming, blah, blah, blah in Windows. And yeah, you can save the file and do whatever. In the editor, it's a bit different because we use a debug system to help basically set up custom save files for every scene. So like when I load into this scene, you can see here the engine object. I've got like this progress state. This is like a fake save file that I can just toggle a bunch of variables and be like, okay, you've done this thing, but you haven't done this thing, and you've done this and this and this, but you don't have that, to let you, the player, kind of like experiment. Well, to let me, the developer, experiment with stuff. And sometimes, like, you know, I don't want to see the intro cutscene to this level over and over and over again. So I might go like, okay, combat unlocked. This is the save file we're at, but I don't want to watch the watchtower, this thing, which is good. So that's good. Don't need to watch that. Press save, press play. And now there's like a cutscene that plays the first time you walk into here, but it doesn't play now because we've already technically done it because we loaded the save file without it. And in this save file, we have the abilities. So I can jump over here, take out the snake. Now I got this double jump. So any enemy that has an ability where they glow, that means they have like a skill you can steal. Let's see if we can capture this. So now we've got a jump and we've got a lunge. Are the levels like a separate module? You do have to recompile it, but it's not a big deal. I mean, Unity projects are, if we're talking about like patches, like it's not like gigabytes. The game is like 1 gigabyte. It's mostly the music that takes up a lot of space. Because it's pixel art. It's just pixel art and a bunch of code. Can you assign your abilities to different buttons? So the abilities are bound to specific buttons. Like there are green abilities and they're bound to the jump button. There are red abilities and those are bound to the attack button. There are blue abilities that are bound to the roll button, and there are yellow abilities bound to the special, the interact button, which is the top one. So it's just part of the game design, is that they're locked in based on their class. And there are certain abilities that you can't have at the same time because they're bound to the same color. So the way that it works, I can show you a little bit later. If we come over here, this is kind of a section where you have to trade abilities. So okay. So here we get this green ability. And this isn't a double jump. This is basically a backflip that's a wall run when you're on a wall. So here we can like, you know, we need a key for this chest. We can kind of like jump up the wall. Maybe we can get across this way. Nope. Let's try again. Let's go up this one here. Maybe we'll jump down from this side. Nice. So because we have that ability, we can now come up here whenever we want. If I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to get back up. But now, oh, he's not supposed to be there. Hey, what are you doing inside the geometry? I must have moved some stuff. Anyway, we can't like, oh man, everything's got moved. Okay, I must have moved some geometry at some point. I'll have to move it back. 1 second. Pretty easy to do. Oh yeah, wow, everything's literally off by like a few meters. I wonder why that happened. It's weird because it's all like there. It's just all offset a little bit. A little more. There we go. And not quite. That's so weird because this was actually working. Like this is just pulled straight from Git. And I demoed this at GDC, this exact repo, exactly as it is right now. So I don't know how we lost. I don't know how we got offsets on this stuff, but okay, whatever. Interesting. Oh, wow. It's actually totally, there's a lot that's wrong here. Interesting. Okay, well, fixed now. Anyway, as I was saying. So you can take this ability. We've stolen that. We can go, whoop, don't get hit by that. Come down here, but like when we get to here, we can't use the backflip to get up higher. Right, we're stuck. So now we're gonna have to trade this ability off for a different one, this snake. But actually, first we wanna jump up here because we want this chest. Then we can take out the snake. And now we can use the double jump that the snake gives us to get up here. So it's puzzle platforming, it's puzzle combat. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's move the camera as well. So yeah. That's what Insignia is. That's what I work on. That's my day job. How did we do this? Yeah, that's got to be more like here. This has to be... that's fine. I don't know what this is for. Drop down, look down. I don't think I want that. Oh, is that for... I think I know what that's for. I think that's for standing here and looking down. This one, I guess, can go there if we want it to be. But it doesn't really need to be there. So strange. This goes like here. Controls the x-axis. I don't think I really want that like that. And then this area, while you're here, again, probably don't even really need to have a zone camera for this. Get rid of that. Cool. Yeah, there must be some changes that got pushed, I don't know, at a different time or something that didn't come across in the build that I was working on at GDC or local changes. But yeah. You ain't game developing if things don't break seemingly for no reason. Hey, I know what that feels like. I've been doing that for how many years? But now the cool stuff is all of this that we're looking at was developed in like the last, like this whole level. In fact, almost all of the level design. Oh, hang on a second. This is the wrong level. Ah, this is a clone of the level. Oh, that's why. Here it is. This is the working version. Okay, well, that's good. It literally had nothing to do with Git. It was just I was using an older version of the level that we were prototyping on. Might be. I forgot I cloned it. Yeah, this is great. This is much better. Phew. Crisis averted. Actually a good developer, just a bad user of a computer. Just bad at being organized. That poor guy, he never touched the ground. Yeah, not bad at my job, just bad at other things to do with my job. This is a little secret area. I forgot I created that. We put this in like the last week before GDC. There's like a little scramble. Can you throw them into one another? Not right now, but that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I wanted this basically because there was a time when I was like, I really want to be able to jump down onto a ledge, but it's kind of fiddly to do it right. So I want to do it in a way that doesn't require skill. So you just stand near a ledge, you press down and jump, and you can do this now. So this is good for like stealth stuff. If there's like an enemy that you don't want to find you, that like run after you, you can like drop down here and wait for a bit and then come back up. Or if you're trying to do some really specific platforming stuff where like you want to jump off this wall for some reason, you can do that. Yeah. Hey, Narwin, thank you so much. Are you planning on random idle animations? Let me tell you about that. So random idle animations is something that I really like in games like this. I think it's really important that characters do something when you're not touching the controller. It's something that I wanted to put a little bit of time into because, you know, I thought you don't want to be in a position where the character is just idling there doing the same thing for so long. So, you know, I put a little bit of time. It's definitely something that I want to come back to and put more time into as the game's closer to release. But for now, we've got a little bit of a we've got him standing there and sitting and shifting weight, stuff like that. So he goes into this kind of like sit, which I like a lot. Yeah, maybe we could have him sleep after like 2 minutes of inactivity, something like that. So the thing about this system that I didn't really explain is that these abilities, you can actually steal them from enemies before the enemies are dead if you parry. So the game has like, you were seeing the like directional attacks, right? There's like down attack, up attack, there's a back attack. They all are considered parries, but they only parry the opposite kind of attack to what they are. So like this back attack parries forward lunges. If I use an ability from an enemy while that enemy is still alive, it goes back to the enemy. So you only get one use while the enemy's alive. What this does is it sets up like really interesting scenarios where the abilities are getting traded back and forth between you and the enemy. And some enemies have multiple abilities. So you can get into like really crazy situations like a little bit later in the game where you have enemies that are very powerful and you're kind of like almost trading Smash Brothers abilities with them. Like they're doing their up B, you're doing yours up B, and that gives it back to them. And oh, this doesn't have our abilities unlocked. Let's do that. Oh, it is unlocked. But why didn't I capture that? Ah, that's why. Because that one wasn't. So this, you can parry that. And that's his little Shoryuken situation. So you can do that, but it goes back to him because he's got so much HP that it doesn't kill him. Whoop. And then, now that he's dead, now we can use all the abilities. We can do whatever we want. So that's another version of that fire ability. This one doesn't cross gaps. You can't use it in the air, but you can slide down things really quickly. So there are like doors that close that are too fast for you when you're running, but you can get underneath them with the slide, stuff like that. I was a solo dev until June last year. Will this be a boss fight? Actually, in the demo, it is a boss fight, or at least it's one that I'm working on like right now, which brings us back to my to-do list. Was that 45 minutes? I think it was exactly 45. So this is the retro. I didn't really do a retro. It was more like a showcase. Let's copy paste this showcase retro on what's left. We'll do that in like 15 minutes. So I have this boss. I have this character as a boss. And then there, and then boss. There should be a boss health bar. So I set this up actually on the plane. I worked on this. Let me see if I can get it going. I might need the save state in a very specific spot to get it working. Whoop. Hello? Can you stop? Sorry, I'm just jumping around. Yeah, no, we've got to jump to like a late demo space. I don't think I have a save file set up for that. That's South by Southwest, action progress, test progress, late demo. Maybe that's good. Oh yeah, that might be good enough. Oh, there are quests too. You haven't even seen that. So the quests are kind of like question and answer. And then here we go. So here's the same guy, but he's a boss in this space. Right now, I don't have like a boss intro sequence for him. So he just, the health bar shows up when you attack him for the first time. Just for now. But we got to work on that a bit later this week or next week. Oh! Cool. So, yeah, there's so much more I could show you. Like, you guys haven't seen half of the stuff that I do with this game, or that we do with this game now that we're a team. So like, you haven't seen all the timeline customizations that we use in Unity and all the different dialogue stuff. I can show you like a little bit of that. This is a custom extension for the timeline that lets me do dialogue inside of a cutscene, essentially. A lot of games have this, but Unity doesn't out of the box. So basically, we've got like a sequence here. There's dialogue that's been written. You press play, and it starts playing an actual cutscene here, right? So this is a timeline, a cutscene, but the cutscene pauses where there's dialogue. So you as the player gets to, you know, make the cutscene go forward at the pace you want to go. But then, you know, either side of that dialogue, there's like stuff happening. So transitions and camera shots and stuff like that. There's another cutscene later on. So dialogue starts, and we've got different like camera tracks that control what the camera's doing as well. So we sit down, camera, well, that didn't look so good, but camera sort of fades out, fades back in. If you're inspecting the timeline while you're playing the scene, it doesn't work quite that well. But the goal here was to be able to move the camera independently of the dialogue as well. So the game kind of like can play out fluidly, but it waits for you. So like here, it's waiting for us to continue. It's not going to move the camera until we get to this pink track here. So it'll wait, it'll wait, it'll wait. And then if I'm like paying attention and I'm reading it and the camera starts pulling, oh no. Okay, well that didn't look so good. Let's try again without it. I hate when that happens, you know, you try to demo something and like the second you try to demo it, it breaks. Let's see if it's the same. If it fades out nicely. No, it didn't. I wonder what that is. All right, well, that's another problem to solve. I recently have been overhauling the camera. It's not in a great space because I need to set it up in such a way that it respects like different. In fact, is it set up for that? Video. Let's turn integer scaling off. That might help. There we go. Yeah, I've got this system that is really, really advanced. And it's so that I can play the game on resolutions that are not even like close to 1080p. So like, I'll show you kind of what it's supposed to do. So right now we're looking at the game in 1080, right? And the pixels of the pixel art are 3 screen pixels per art pixel. So one, like Armin's eye is 3 1080p pixels big on the x-axis and like 6 of them on the y-axis. But if you happen to have a different kind of like a console that has fewer pixels or a smaller monitor or something like that, maybe you've got like a 720p screen, then zooming out, especially if you have like an odd ratio, like 1400 by 900, right? The height of that monitor is different. So you would either have to sacrifice content on the screen or stretch it. And the stretching doesn't always look so good for pixel art. So I'll show you kind of what my solution was. I have this integer scaling system. So if we go to like, what was your resolution? 1400 by 900. In principle, this is really good, but there is some cutscene related stuff that's a bit difficult because the cutscene moves smoothly if it wants to zoom. So this is 1400 by 900, and you can see it still looks really, really good. The reason why it does that is because we actually zoomed out a little bit and made it 2 screen pixels per art pixel rather than 3 screen pixels per art pixel. So where we were able to preserve the art and we just changed the camera size a little bit to make it match. If I was to turn this off, I don't know if it'll work straight away. Yeah, we zoomed in a little, but the pixels are a little wonky. To get around that, what you can do is you can turn graphical fidelity on, and this over renders it. So what happens is you end up with, maybe if we restart the scene, when you over render, one sec, it basically super samples the screen and then does like a filtering, like a trilinear filter on the whole thing. So it mostly looks pretty good, but you're going to get a little bit of awkwardness at different resolutions. It mostly looks pretty good, but you can get as small as like a Super Nintendo like CRT monitor, like 640 by 480. This is like classic Windows 95 style resolution, you know, like one of the, I mean, I think technically the Super Nintendo was like 320 by 240 or something like that. This is like double that. But that's what a CRT monitor could output, like a big TV. If you bought a Panasonic box TV in the, you know, in the 1990s, this resolution is something that feels like that. But this is legit. If I go video integer scaling on, graphical fidelity off, that's real pixels now. So it's properly scaled so that all of the art is actually a pixel per pixel. Or in this case, we're at 2x. And this is where things get a little complicated because my game has a dynamic camera. So as you go between parts of the game, like it zooms in or zooms out, in this case, to frame this conversation, in order to do it right, you've got to go from one integer scaled resolution to another one. But those steps are at different scales depending on how tall your monitor is. So Like here, it's probably not like the most ideal way to perceive the game. Like it's kind of a little tight. But if you want integer scaling, you got to basically deal with that. It does look good. Like all the art looks really crisp. If you turn it off and you turn this on, then you end up with something that's a bit more. I think I have to leave first to recompute it, but yeah, this is what the game looks like kind of otherwise. There's a bunch of little compromises that you kind of make. So technically what you're seeing here is, I think, what you would normally be seeing at 640 by 360 plus a little bit of height. Not quite. Oh, actually I brought it in. Okay. I zoomed in a little. So this is the original, actual, full-on 1 pixel per pixel art resolution of the game. This is like as it was drawn. That's how big it is. And then I double it to come in. Halve it back out to 1x. But I typically don't play the game at a native resolution because you can see what happens to the parallaxing. See how jittery it gets? That's not a rendering error. That's just that we're trying to move the textures at values that are less than 1 pixel. So like this moves, every point, 1.75 pixels, but then this layer moves every 1.85 pixels, and one will jump up to the nearest integer a little bit before the other one will, and it kind of looks like stair-stepping, like catching up as it settles. You see that? It's all just kind of like because we're trying to move the camera in really subtle sub-pixel positions, but the art wants to render at actual pixels. So I don't render the game at native. I render the game actually at like 1080p, if your monitor has that many pixels. And then I let the art be sub-pixel. Right? Like you can actually see it at certain points if we move really subtly. This here is not an art pixel. That blue gap that we can see of the sky, that's technically not like pixel perfect, but I prefer the experience to be good than to be a purist. So like that, like if that's an art pixel 3x3, this is only 1. So it's not accurate to how the game was drawn, I guess. Like that's 1 pixel there. This is the artwork. 1 pixel is 3x3. But then this is not. So I'm okay with that. I prefer it that way. Same thing here, right? Like Armin he's not locked to the grid. Because for gameplay reasons, it's just better that he isn't. Hello, Throwvision. You get it. You get it. So, in terms of like what we've got left on the project before the demo is like complete. So this is an important conversation because just to explain where we're at in the project. Back in July last year, I applied for some grants. Well, back in April, I applied for some grants, was awarded the grants. But the grant, the way that it works is you propose a milestone for your game and an amount of funding that will get you to that milestone, up to 100,000 Australian dollars. So my proposal was to get this demo to a place where we could show it to publishers and explore the future funding of the game, or Kickstarter as well, one of those two. So we were awarded the grant on that basis. And the way that the grant funding works is they'll give you 80% upfront, but the last 20% that you need to kind of like pay off all the last of your bills, to pay for everything, that gets given to you when you deliver. So right now there's 20K plus another 10 from a different, another grant that we got that's just sitting in a bank account somewhere that I get once we bill for what we spent on the completion of the demo. So once I deliver, then we get the rest of the funding to basically cover the receipts. Now, because I was in LA and we got to do some cool, fun stuff with TJ and Prime and stuff, I was able to kind of figure it out so that I could pay the team for their work in advance of submitting. Their work's pretty much done anyway, so they're no longer waiting for me to submit the demo to get paid. But now I still, for me to get that money, for me to like, you know, pay myself back, I've got to now submit the demo. I'm not like desperate for it, but it would be good to be paid, you know, because it's technically money that I've spent ahead of the grant funding that's come out of my pocket until I bill them for it. So it's in my best interest to really hurry up with the demo and get it in their hands, so that they can just, yeah, at that point they can send the rest of the money. Yeah, it's always good to have some money. So this was my to-do list before I went to GDC on the game. I had so much stuff to look at. There's stuff here that I started on the plane. It basically comes down to side content relating to accessory development and like side quests, like accessory crafting and side quests. A little bit of tutorial stuff, little tool tips here and there that isn't explained because of we just didn't get around to iterating on it. Some side side character menus, a little bit of like the item economy, and then boss fight stuff. And there's like a puzzle in like the last dungeon that I've got to tune up a little bit. That's pretty much it. I'd love to do like a dialogue pass on the game, but I don't think, I mean, that's not going to take a lot of time anyway, but yeah, we're in a pretty good spot. I just got to put like 2 or 3 weeks into it, basically. It's just time, just to get it cohesive. You know, we changed so much from chapter 1 before this demo to after the demo to respect the mechanical stuff that I created since 2013 to get this system into the game, that some of the content it's not like aware of other mechanics. So I just need to retrofit some stuff and make the story make sense. I do have winks and nods. Yeah, of course I do. Let me show you one. So you have like a workshop in the game. This is like your father's workshop in chapter 1. And there's a couple of Easter eggs here. I don't know if you can see them there. If you're a OG GigaChad gamer, you might recognize 4 of these swords. But yeah. So there's a little Easter egg, little nods here and there. What was that game scene network view? That was Scene Graph, which probably will get a new name soon. So pals, chat, I do a lot of stuff. I don't know if you know this about me. So I work on the game, I direct the game. I also developed this plugin called Scene Graph, as well as a bunch of other plugins that I use in Unity. This is like this is the world map of the game. It's how I design the game, basically. I connect nodes to other nodes. I can shuffle the scenes around. I developed this as a prototype, and since then, I proposed to a chat, someone who is a regular viewer, named Elzak in chat. He was like open to the idea of us building a production version of this together. So this is the version that he built off of the version that I built. And this one's just like a little bit more performant and has some features that the one that I didn't have. And we're thinking of adding a little bit more to it before we take it to release. So it's called Scene Graph right now. It might get a name change soon. We did some beta testing in end of November last year before he had to take a break and I had to focus on the demo. And we were really happy with how it works. Like the users were able to get set up quite quickly with it, but we noticed pretty quickly that a lot of people's projects don't work the way that this is designed to model a world map on. So like this game is set up such that you navigate through the levels as the player. Like you have like a character and the character goes between the levels when they walk into doors. So everything is spatial, right? So like, you know, you walk into this door, that's the trigger that loads you into the next scene. And the link is a physical link in the game. It's a collider that has an object on it that determines that you've walked into it. But if your game doesn't have a player character, say it's like a point and click adventure or something, and or like an escape the room kind of thing, or maybe you have a condition to exit a level that's not spatial, it's like time based or condition based, then how do you determine the links? Like how do you say, oh, when you're playing this game and you win the level, go to this level? I mean, this doesn't say win, it's just a door. So we're adding conditions to the grid that maybe will be useful. We still haven't figured out exactly what the best way to do it is. So having like a condition system, for me, it's a little hairy because it's like, it's not a code editor, right? This isn't visual code. It's just a graph. And the more logic you put into the graph, the more you have to support the way that people want to build their game. It's a bit of a can of worms, in my opinion, but we sort of agreed that we would give it a go and see if it was like limited enough in scope to warrant being in the 1.0 version. Just because there's like the audience kind of doubles if you can support, you know, not any games that don't have player characters. And there are like already like I have inside of the game use cases for it being that way. So this is the level, these are the system scenes for loading into the title screen. You know, every game you load up and it's like the company logo, the publisher logo, the title screen, and then you go save select, and then you go start chapter. It's like, that's what this is. And obviously the player character doesn't exist in these scenes. So right now, there is no link between them other than like hard-coded stuff inside of the scenes themselves. But it would be nice to actually have them sort of like connect to each other visually. Like if you're doing a game jam and you have like a menu screen and then you have a game scene and then a game over scene or a level complete scene, you know, being able to just drag them together and chain them up like in such a way that represents how the game works in your mind, it's reasonable. Like it seems like a straightforward and reasonable feature. We're trying to figure out the UX for it. So, that's where we're at. Okay, so I'm working with Elzak on that this week and next week because he's going to be pretty busy in the next couple of months. So I don't have forever with him. We're going to try to ship it. And if it does well, like there's a lot of demand for it. If it does well, I could see this being something that helps fund development a little bit further. The game has like, not just the game, but the stuff that I do has a lot of like, I consider it as having like a lot of like equity in it. There's like stuff that's valuable that just because of how I work and I've been solo for so long, just doesn't have a lot of resources behind it, making it profitable. But we're at a place now where like maybe we can start actually, you know, turning some of this stuff over and having it propel the rest of the game and the content and stuff like that. Alrighty. So where we're at on the game, like I really do want it to be in a good spot for Alt Games Fest, but I think it's already pretty playable. And I don't know how much time I want to spend leading up to, like if we finish Ludum Dare on Monday at 12 p.m., I'm going to be really tired. I'm going to go to sleep. And then like Tuesday, I'll be able to sort of jump back into it. I have a meeting on Tuesday, but outside of that, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I wonder if that's enough time to sharpen up the Insignia demo for Alt Games Fest, because I think I have to be there on Friday to set up. Sounds like taking a page from Godot and allowing custom signals as triggers as connectors triggers would be helpful for the graph visualization. Yeah, I have to look into some other node systems. Some MVP of that connection thing could just be that you connect the scenes to another. So instead of door, it's just when this scene ends, go to this one. Yeah, that's how we'll be doing it. I see it as being variable based. So you set up basically a string. That's just the signal, the condition. Let me show you. This is our planning doc. It's just like some string that you use to determine that you're looking for as like almost like an event callback thing. So this is the UX, the thumbnails that I did for the user scenario. So you click and drag from one to the next, and then it creates a little box underneath. You have the end scene where it goes to, and then this box is the thing that makes it go to this scene. So you describe this as, oh, on level complete or whatever it is. And then when you're in the game, you trigger on level complete, and then it'll do the connection at that point. I think that's the most reasonable way to do it. I can't imagine it being simpler than that, of just defining some string and then calling that string when you want the thing to happen through some event system. The other way to do it would be to make the box first. This is more UX stuff. Like you create a new connection and then you drag the connection somewhere. Like on level complete, go to this scene. It's really just semantics. I'm not really sure which is the best way to do it. This kind of implies that you can just click anywhere on the box and say where you want to go, and then you give it a name. I kind of like this one, I think. I don't know. This requires there to be this like fake box until you start clicking and dragging. Anyway, let's keep on keeping on. So it looks like we've got, yeah, like maybe like 3 days to work on Insignia from leading up to Alt. But it's good that we get paid for that too, actually. Let me know when I can test it. If you want to become a beta tester, jump into the Discord and give yourself the there's a role you can give yourself for Scene Graph Beta. I think it's Scene Graph Beta. Check that out there. Then, yeah, when we're ready for you, we'll let you know. Are you in Sydney? Yep. Yep. Alrighty. So, where does that leave us? DGTO, that stuff, that can wait. That's not urgent. Like, I should do it. I should get to it, but it's not super urgent. Then Ludum Dare prep. I'd love to... Let's have a think. Do we want to do Ludum Dare in Godot if I don't know that I'm going to have the full 3 days and an all-nighter to do it? Oh, you don't need an invite code. No. You just go to ldgem.com and you sign up. That's it. You don't need an invite, as far as I know. Scene Graph is Unity only, correct? So, I really like Godot. I really want to spend time in it, but I think the only way I'm going to be able to make a game that's fun is if I use Unity, because I'm familiar with Unity and I know all the render pipeline stuff. I know how to do VFX and the stuff that I'd like to do. The only problem with Unity is I just hate the compile times. I mean, this PC is pretty beasty, so beastly, pretty good, pretty good. It's a good PC, so it probably won't be a huge issue. But I think I need to determine what I want out of Ludum Dare. So why don't we set up the dock for that? I've got like a Ludum Dare LD 56. Let's clone this one. This is LD 57. I love doing these. Yeah, it's like half an hour for the first web compile. That's the problem. So what I normally do is I set up this fun little doc, which is kind of like my to-do, my daily to-do, but it's basically just horizontal, and I just fill in the time with the tasks that I did. I do concepting down the bottom. This was such a fun idea. Man, I loved this idea. I wish I could go back to it. Using Magic of Voxel was so fun. I really love doing the voxel stuff. It was just a can of worms to learn how to do it, that's all. Okay. So I always have these little focus points. These are like things that I want to achieve. And I think it's really important we write these down now so that I can start prepping the right engine, what frameworks I want to use if I'm going to be doing that, any libraries I want to pull over from my own code, setting up if I want to do CI/CD, organizing my time more efficiently, setting my expectations. So it'd be cool to actually go back to the old ones and see what I used to say about these things. Let's go back to 52. That's 5 Ludum Dares ago. Make a complete game, aim lower, focus on polish, one screen, focus on strengths. Pardon me. Noble. Okay, what about 55? What was that? Oh, this was the game maker jam that I did. Single interaction, don't rely too much on engine implementation for graphics. Voice acting. I still like the idea of doing voice acting in a jam. That's still a thing that I'm interested in exploring. Riva was cool. It didn't do that well in the jam, but I thought it was cool. I liked the summoning, the seance system. That was fun. I wonder what I did for trauma. Did I do one of these for trauma? I'm sure I did. No? Huh. That was a really good jam. I look back at that one and I remain impressed that I was able to finish that at the level of quality that I did. Like, it's like 4 levels of an innovative platformer with good puzzle mechanics, and then it went on to inform what Insignia is today. Like, it's got dialogue, it's got not a bad art style. I'd love to like iterate on it because I think I could do a much better job now. But I guess it came together so quickly because it was a platformer. And I do platformers. I know my platformers. So I think I need to decide what I want out of this jam, whether it's like, do I want to finish something? Do I want to explore and learn something new? I want to feel like I got out of it something that, you know, meets my expectations. I want to set my expectations so that I know what to get out of it. There's also the question of like, do I want to work with a team? I like the compo. I think there's something prestigious that I like to chase about doing it solo. I'd like to do more jams with other people, the way that we did the Primogen stuff. That's great. And I mean, I just did one of those, so maybe I can give myself a license to work on this alone. But maybe later in the year we'll do something. Oh, dude, Prince of Pilgrims. Yeah, I like that one too. So let's think about it. What do I want to do? I think it would be cool. Let's not think about what the game is. Let's talk about what I want to do. Or things I don't want to do even. Let's just like search my feelings. I know them to be true. So I want things I want to explore. This LD. I want to explore a concept that can be expanded after the jam. Not because I want to necessarily work on it after the jam, I just like that idea. I like the idea of something emergent, but that still has a story. I love stories. I can't not have a story. Even if it's just a premise. I would love to work within like the dark fantasy duality. I'm so into those goddamn dark fantasy AI generated TikToks and the light fantasy ones. The light fantasy ones get me real. Something about them just puts me in a space where I'm like, I want to be there, and I want to. It's like late 80s, early 90s something. This thing here, let me see if I got this going. I think I showed them on stream a while ago. I won't get the exact one that I'm looking for, but oh, I think I know actually. This is the right person. Yeah, check this out. Oh. It's just something that hurts my heart. Like I like it so much. It's so like it's just the right kind of something. There's a few that I've saved that I really like. Maybe this one. This like very solitary late Sunday afternoon kind of feeling. It's like you're looking back. It's very like nostalgic. It's quiet. There's a lot of space, like a lot of empty space. I'd love to make something that just felt like this. Oof. So cool. I actually haven't been keeping up with this. I don't know if this is the right channel that I've been watching. I think it's If it's not this channel, it's one just like it. But these thumbnails don't quite look like the ones I remember. I haven't been on TikTok in a while, so it's possible that this just isn't it. Oh, they did Lord of the Rings ones. This is the thing that I like about AI is the thing that it's good for is blending styles. You know, it's like there's something Ghibli about this, but it's not from a Ghibli movie. And there's something that's not Ghibli about it, that's got more depth and detail in it. Oof. Wow, that's so cool, man. I want whatever that is. It's like, oh, I love how flat it is too. It's so like clear. Like it's like such a clear day. The atmosphere is so, man. And it's something about Dorian concept as well. The music. I mean, it's the same guy who did the dark fantasy one. I love those two. Those are awesome. Oh, that's so cool. That's like one of the cards that I drew. Cool. Yeah, that Dark Souls 1. It's something like, what is that? Why does that feel like that? It's like just, it's almost like purgatory. You know, it's like you're just in this space between spaces. It's very like liminal. And you can go anywhere, but there's no direction that you should be going in. You know, it's kind of just like lost. I love it. I love it. So maybe something like this would be cool. Yeah, that was all AI art. Yeah, it's very dreamlike. Yeah. That's cool. So maybe if we go to Ludum Dare and we check out some of these themes, we can think about maybe a way we could incorporate some of them into this idea. If it's even worth trying to do, like it might not even be worth it, but oh man, these might not even be the themes because the other list we didn't see. Actually, can we go and check that out? Or is that from, oh yeah, there are round one themes. Oh, we can vote on those too. Whoops. I forgot about that. Let's go have a look at them. Plant the seed. Nah. Wild magic. Anchor. No. Doors. Maybe. Side effects. No. Depths. I like depths. Recharge. It's okay. Fragmented. It's okay. Overflow. Nah. Limited vision. No. I don't like Parasite. Sanctuary's cool. Garden's cool. Layers is okay. Fragile is, it's okay. Other side, I like that. Trade is interesting, actually. I like trade. And then Tiny City. Oh, I like that too. So hopefully we get something like this. I think that depending on what we get, I could see some good stuff in a lot of these ideas. I think we could cluster like maybe 8 or 9 or 10 of these, all in like the one sort of game space. I'm sure there's a faster way to do this, but too late now. Hey, die docs, let's go. With Vim. Yeah, if only I had Vim motions in Figma. Hey, Taimaru, how's it going? Oh, thank you. All right. So let's pick the ones that we think are similar. Decay, bottomless, salvage, reflection, journey, folklore, ancient. These all, I feel like we could do something interesting with them. And then wild magic, depths, fragmented, garden, sanctuary, other side, even fragile. Maybe not fragile. I feel like this all sort of feels the same to me. Like we could do something that crosses all of this stuff. Then there's very like mechanics ones. Like Tiny City is very mechanics centric, I think. Trade as well. Even like don't let it out of your sight. Cartography. Send signals. These are very like, it's very like, oh, here's a mechanic idea. Make a game out of it. They inform like a sim or like a puzzle sort of situation. Then there's just things I don't like. So like this is too strict for me. This is too strict. It's too, they're too specific in their concepts. Keep it together. I hate the ones that are, what you call that? Imperatives. I hate imperative sentences as themes. It annoys me. Like, don't let it out of your sight. I don't like that. Other side is actually that's kind of cool. I can go over here. Recharge, side effects. Yeah, that kind of goes over here. Companion. I like companion. Actually, that's kind of like a whole other thing that I like a lot. Let's come back over here for a sec. So these are unsorted themes. These are very system centric. This is very like vibe. This kind of reminds me of like character mechanic. I don't like that. Even this one. I mean, if you do, I don't know. I don't like waves. These are just themes I just don't like. Doors is okay. I could see that. Recharge. Yeah, it's kind of overflow. Parasite. I mean, Parasite kind of sits over here, but I don't like it. Overflow. I just don't like that one. Alchemy. Alchemy, it's very mechanical. And then layers. I don't know what to do with layers. Other than, again, very mechanical, system focus. So do you tend to go with the first order meaning of the theme, like keeping in the intended spirit of it? No, I mean, I try to go original, but I'm not really sure. Like, I think I'll always sort of have a fully formed idea when I look at a theme. I just like see it and I go, okay, that's what I would do for that theme. And then whether that theme idea, like whether that concept is feasible or not, it kind of comes second. So like for me, like other side, immediately I'm thinking about dark versus light. You know, I'm thinking about like a mirror world, dark fantasy, light fantasy. Maybe we're doing something with portals or like going through something to get somewhere else. That kind of, I'm there. I don't want to explore any further because there's already a really cool feeling that I want to explore when I see this. Ancient, immediately I just go ruins. I just want to make something about ruins for ancient. And it's like that for me. Like I just go, oh, I would do that. And the prompts, like, because I'm kind of more of an artist first than like I don't really make games that are toys. Like Balatro, I would say, is like a toy game. It's like a game where the feel and the texture of it makes it fun, or at least is like the thing that hits you first. It's like, whoa, cards and colors and animation and particles and boop, 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 boop. Whereas I'm like thinking about worlds and stories, and it's a bit different. So for me, I'm thinking more about the story that I can tell in the space, the feeling I can give. And I do tend to go moody for these. I don't know why, I just like to do that. But I mean, I've thought about making something that was just much, much simpler. It's just that I'm so, you know what it is? Like, games like Kingdom have like spoiled me. Because I just like the idea of something, of making a game that's like, it's one little mechanic, but within the mechanic, you can tell stories yourself. The way like Minecraft is, it's like emergent narratives out of simple systems. That's the thing that like, oh, I love it so much. So the problem with it is you have to, whenever you go into this territory where you want lots of story, or story potential, but procedural, there are certain things that kind of cancel each other out, or at least are difficult to approach. So like, what the heck? What the heck? Okay. So the first thing is like, what do you do with, if you want to do voice acting, you kind of don't want that to be anywhere near a procedural story. It's possible to do, but in a procedural story, you end up doing something like, maybe like a roguelike, where like there's a town and there are characters and they can talk and they have set lines, but once you're in the game world, you don't really have a lot of proc gen stuff to do with. I mean, you just, if you pre-record the dialogue, then what's said has to be predetermined. So if you have a hard-coded story, then you know how the player is going to perceive it. You've got more linear gameplay. Then you can do voice acting because the experience is more constrained. I like the idea of doing voice acting. So I'm sort of feeling like I'm going to end up being split here with two different concepts for any of these things that I do if I want to do something that's world building. The same thing with like level generation, right? So, you know, if you want to do something that is tile based, that's procedural, right? Tile based levels, no problem. But if you're going to do hard coded, you might as well just bake the levels. Just hand sprite everything. Because like, again, if you've got 5 levels of your game, why bother with a tile system if you could just draw all the art and just slap it into the game and you're done? It's almost the difference between writing a book, like a picture book, versus making something that's a bit more, you know, like a simulation. So the only issue with this, and I've been down this road many times, when you try to do a proc gen space, any game that is procedural, there's a lot of what makes the game fun that's locked inside of balance. Like, what makes a fun world? You end up dealing with seeds and, you know, floating point numbers, tuning all the different dials to get something that feels good. And in the context of a jam, having something that feels good come out of it is not easy, because you can't make sure that every player gets the same experience unless you seed it so that the first time they play, they always get the same game. But even then, it's hard to do. And we were feeling that, I think, in the tower game we made. It's like, we have a lot of systems. There's a lot of gameplay experiences you could have, but the levels that we created weren't balanced very well. And so we didn't have the opportunity to show all of the work that we did in a jam. It's really heartbreaking when you end it in that state because you didn't have time to tune it. You can take the Path of Exile approach where you use proc gen to create a bunch of levels yourself, but at runtime you choose from one of those levels. Yeah. Depends on the game as well. Hey, Botch Hobbs. So there's also like the difference between like games with a character and navigation versus games with no character. So as soon as you say character, now you're talking about character controller, right? Is it a platformer? Is it top down? Now you're talking about camera movement. If it's not single screen, it starts to become a little bit more like you're in genres like platformer or dungeon crawler. But if you have no character, then it's just, you're probably more leaning into less single screen gameplay. Maybe we're in puzzle space, you know? No controller necessary. Easy to, like maybe mouse-based input. Hey, we're planning some thoughts for a game jam that's coming up. I'm just sort of digesting some of my thinking. It's important to do it this way because I think, you know, I'm so, what's the word? I spend a lot of energy. I've spent a lot of time doing this in the past, right? I've got a lot of experiences, but I don't always draw on those experiences. It's very easy to just be like, I want to play a certain kind of game, so that's what I'm going to try to make, no matter how feasible or infeasible it is. But I do have this experience. I can set my expectations. I'm the kind of person where, like, I love latching onto an idea, but if I give myself enough time to relax off the idea, I can get attached to some other idea, you know, something else. There's also the 2D versus 3D thing. So I don't really do 3D. I've sort of done it a little bit. Again, now we've got like free camera. 2D, it's like fixed perspective. Probably going to use sprites. Now we're talking about models. Different thing. I do quite like the idea of doing the HD 2D thing, which is like 3D terrain with sprite characters. I made this little demo not that long ago. Oh, it's not on this computer? That's a good question. Oh no, it's there. Hang on. Let me grab it. Documents. What the heck? One sec. So I made this glider game. Octopath. Yeah. That's the HD 2D stuff. Are you still working with those two animators from a couple of months ago? Yeah, but they don't have any. They're not under contract right now because we finished the jam. I mean the grant demo work that was contracted for them. So Ocelot and Morgan P are. I mean, they're still on the project, but we don't have any current tasks until we've got more of a budget. Adam, here's an out of context question. Are you going to keep helping the Tower of Vibes? Which was amazing, by the way. Yeah, I mean, if they ask me to. Up to Prime, really. Technically my obligation is fulfilled. So like, there's no tasks that I have on Tower of Vibes that are being expected of me because we finished with the week. But if Prime reaches out and says like, hey, we want to continue working on it. He was working on it on stream earlier today. That's nice to hear. Awesome. So yeah, I'll just, I'll be on standby. It's going to be a little hard. The longer it goes, the longer time goes on, I might be busy doing other things. So I might have to take it a little slower, but I'm sure we could work out like a couple hours a week or something like that. So yeah, like this is something that I made really quickly that I think, as a jam idea, is pretty cool. It's literally just a little glider game. It took like a couple of days to put together. You're just flying around, really. That's all it is. You pick up speed when you go down, you lose speed when you go up, you get a speed boost when you pass by a building, like a close call kind of thing. And yeah, it required very little. Whoa. It required, okay, let's try that again. It's the sensitivity's gone up since I last worked on it. It's really simple to move around with. It's just the mouse. But I really like how like fun it is to just fly around in, even with what's here. Like there's barely any assets, but just the way that it feels to run around and like to glide around, and the sprite, you know, just a little dude on a sword is like enough to feel like you're engaged in something. There's like some kind of, you know, personal connection you have with this little character. I don't know why the mouse sensitivity is so high though. I don't remember it being like this. Whoa. It feels like something out of Star Wars. It's very like Coruscant. Oh no, we're running out of resources. I need a bar for like speed or like energy or something like that. Gotta kill Spider-Man. Spider-Man. The Goblin. Spider-Man, I've been infected by the Mind Goblin. Ooh. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, something like this, you know, very simple mechanic. I just put rings around the level, you know, and let you go and collect them. Give you like a time trial thing. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So anyway, all I was really trying to say, I am in Australia, yeah. All I was really trying to say is you can do at least prototypes for like a 3D game pretty easily. If I was doing something like this, it'd be cool to do like billboarded sprites for like the levels. And yeah, like this is all pretty straightforward. It's just a character sprite. The only thing is I don't have like a pipeline for 3D. Like I just don't know how to use Blender very well. I don't know how to do, you know, I don't know how to quickly churn through that stuff. Magic carpet. That's right. This is the scene from Aladdin as you're leaving the Cave of Wonders. What's really cool about this, I kind of like found a design principle for this kind of game, which I wasn't really like, I've never made a glider game before, so it's not something that I would have learned any other way. But there's like a little principle here where like the thing that you are moving, it's not using like a simulation. It's not simulating a glider. What it is, and you are also not controlling the glider. You're controlling a first-person camera that's moving forward in space. That's all it's doing. The glider is just reacting to your mouse while you move around. So like if you just pretend that this is a first-person game, that's what the game is. Like the player controller is the first-person camera, and the glider is just a little thing that moves around in that space. It just reacts to your mouse by shifting left and right, but it's sitting on the first-person camera. So like, there's no like properties of the glider. Like when it banks to the left like this and to the right, it's just reacting to the mouse. But it was so much easier to figure out something that felt cinematic doing it this way, because you kind of want it to feel like it's doing cool stuff, but how do you keep the camera steady while the plane is doing all this crazy stuff, right? The answer is you don't control the plane. The plane's just zipping around relative to the mouse. There are collisions, yeah. That's why it bugs out when you hit something. So you can like dodge stuff by moving the mouse really aggressively. Oh yeah, I have like for me, if you put a little person on something or a face on something, I'm like 2 times more engaged. Like I'm just so much more interested if I can see the collision point. Actually, no, I think the glider itself does have collisions on it. Yeah, that's got collisions. So that's it there, like there's the camera, that's the glider, that's the camera there. And then this thing just sits as a child of it and just banks left and right, up and down. Anyway, that's kind of just a side tangent. So you really only have the chance to build one cool thing in a jam like this. So it's either going to be like the character controller is the game, or there's a story but there's no character. It's either going to be like a sim kind of thing, like something that feels a bit more like a sim. I've done agents before as well. Like we did a game for a little casual game jam called Gamer Week, where we had little agents that you just drop into a world and they pick up geometry, like the Endermen in Minecraft. Hey, Sapphire. Like, you know in Minecraft how the Endermen can just pick up blocks and move them? I made a game that was just a big grid of cells, and then the characters were just little sprites that could run around in the grid, and they had objectives. So like their goal was like, I want to build a house, and they had like Minecraft style structures, or like Conway's Game of Life style structures programmed into them, that it was like, okay, I'm building a house. A house is 3 blocks of stone on either side with a like a teepee of wood as a roof on top. And I'm going to go and find stone and bring it back to this point and place it here. And then I'm going to go get some more stone, come back and place it here. And then I'm going to get some wood and place it on top, and then some more wood and some more wood. And each of them would run around building their own little house. The only thing there is that like, you have to be able to program in enough stuff that they do interesting things. You know, as a sandbox, if all the characters just all built houses when I built it. So they were like wood characters and stone characters, and they all had common goals. But you know, maybe if we had you know, enemy characters or, you know, defenders and stuff, you could do some sort of like push and pull of forces and watch it play out like little ant farm. Yeah. I just got to think about what I want to do. I'm just going to close my eyes for a bit and have a think. What do I want to do this weekend? I think I want to feel competent. I think that's what I want. I want to make something that I know how to make, that I'm good at. Maybe I'll explore a new art style, but not a totally new, maybe a new mechanic, but like I could just stick to pixel art this time. Tower defense. I don't want to like push myself. Tower of Ludoria. Ludoria. Yeah, I don't want to push myself out of my comfort zone and fail. I want to do something that's a bit safer, that I can just enjoy what I made at the end. So the easiest thing to do there is pixel art. Maybe I will make kind of like a toy. So maybe it's like single mechanic, endless thing with a score that you can share with your friends. Hey, The Lemon. You're welcome. Those games always seem to do well. Oh, I'd love to focus on juice. You know what? That's what I want to do. I think that's what I want to do. Okay. Okay. I don't want to do these things. These are great ideas, but they're not what I'm going to do. What I want to do is single mechanic, insane polish, play to my strengths, score based, progressive difficulty. Hey Alejandro, welcome. Cool art style. This we could do in Godot. This is totally doable, but I could do an even better job in Unity. So I think I will use Unity because I got enough background in Unity to do cool render pipeline stuff and better shader stuff. I think I'm just more confident in it. As much as I like Godot, and I like shaders in Godot too, they're really good. They seemed much more easy to like. Yeah, I mean, Godot's shaders felt pretty reasonable, like and intuitive, but I really know what I'm doing in Unity. If I'm just trying to fly through, Unity's probably the easier one. I mean, it's just what I know. That's the thing. I'd love to do Godot stuff. I just don't know if I might get stuck. If I was going to do this in Godot, I need to spend the rest of the week learning how to do the equivalent techniques that I use in Unity in Godot. I'd have to spend tomorrow and the next day getting familiar with that. When I did Though I Walk in Godot, that game was basically off the back of what I did the week before. So like I taught myself how to do 2D character controller, how to do sprite-based geometry, parallaxing, and then I built a whole game out of those three things. You know, it was very limited because I didn't have the, I didn't know the engine well enough to innovate and get creative inside of that space beyond using the tools that I had, which is a different kind of thing. It's not bad to work within limitations, but in Unity, I know I could really fly. I think I'll have to do that. If I want to do any of three of these things, like this I could do in Godot, but it's not going to have insane polish. Like I don't know the Godot particle system like I do the Unity one, for example. What, just you and me? A mini competition. A duel? You're challenging me to a duel? Sure, I'll take that. I mean, I'm just going to be competing anyway. Bring it. What's the goal of me doing Ludum Dare? I am doing Ludum Dare because I like to explore game dev as a way of expressing myself creatively and pushing myself outside of my main game, Insignia. It's a good opportunity to flex the muscles and do something different, get the creative juices flowing, and maybe even learn something that you don't know about the engine that you're working in. It's a good opportunity to push yourself to make something new. For me, I kind of pick one of those reasons, right? You don't learn something new and push yourself creatively and, try to compete for the top spot. Because if you try to do all the things, you'll fail in all of them. You got to pick like one thing. So like last jam, it was like, I want to do voxels. I just want to make a game about voxels. And I did that. It wasn't a game at the end, but I learned the things that I wanted to learn. So it's like that. This jam, I want to compete and I want to make something pretty and cool. So I'm going to do that. Yeah, I think so. I kind of, in my mind, expert opinion on a small sprite. Let me open up the redeems for that. All right. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. All right, what do you got? You got a sprite for me or posted something on Discord? A link? Have you seen that neat voxel displacement renderer tech from last year? I'm not sure. When's your game going to be released? A couple of years still. Let me send it via DC. Oh, dude, I didn't post my announcement that I was live right now. Oh well, people know. Oh, okay. Well, oh, but like on Discord, Superstar X. Hey, Ken GV, have you sent it? Yeah, not Discord. This is cool. Wait, so every like pixel is a voxel? Oh, that's insane. That's a lot of voxels. I think I have seen this before. It's named Yenny. Oh, gotcha. Okay. You want feedback on this? Can you tell me where you're at with it? Like what your goals are? What is this for? And how, like, what are the things that you're interested in getting feedback on specifically? In the meantime, let's keep looking at this thing. Mainly posture. Okay, I can talk about posture. Yeah, I think that the thing that's hard with posture, it's something that if you're learning pixel art first without learning art before that, or even if you are an artist, it can be hard to do. It can be hard to think about something that's in 2D as if it's in 3D. So let me show you what I mean. So right now it's looking pretty flat, and it looks flat because you've got like head here, arms here, right? Everything is pretty much facing us. You've got a little bit of a tilt here, so there's like some perspective. You know, we're rotated a little bit to the right, and that's fine. But as a pose, it's maybe a little static. I don't mind the knee coming forward and this one coming back. That's kind of cool. So my question for you would be, like, what do you want this character's pose to feel like? Who is this character? Are they cool? Are they clumsy? Are they strong? Are they fast? What are their attributes that you want the person looking at this to feel when they look at it? It's a mage mob. Oh, it's a monster. Okay, so it's not a character. Right, but you have to think about, there's more questions, right? If this character is really agile, they would stand differently than if they were really strong and bulky. So when you say like mage, if you're thinking about like, oftentimes, like for example, actually I don't have the tower defense game on this laptop. I mean on this computer. But I did a mage for Prime's Jam, and we ended up making it like cross-legged, floating kind of like with a staff in its hands. And that kind of makes it feel wise, right? It was floating in the air. So there's like adjectives you want to use to describe what the thing is. And if you don't have definitions for that, then yeah, what you're going to end up with is something that's kind of like just pretty standard or like undefined. So here, I'm going to give you like an idea. Because I've got the hood here, the hood makes me think assassin, especially because you can't see the face. So I would say, let's look at references, right? Like Assassin's Creed, that kind of thing. And think about the way that they stand. So they're typically more leaning forward, right? There's kind of like this sort of situation going on. Not quite like that. Maybe this guy's kind of holding the orbs. Still the way you've got them, but yeah, maybe this cloak is kind of out like here. You know, are they underhanded? You know, are they like wily, or are they more honorable and sagely? You know, different ideas for different things. Hey, the Primogen Jr., how's it going? So for me, like, I like to think about things like that, right? It's like, what do I want this thing to feel like? And what are some other games or other properties where there are things that feel the way that this feels, you know? What are the key kind of like visual cues? So like this would be like more like assassin, right? This kind of like forward lean, very skulky. But maybe if it's like a more, you know, wise wizard, you know, I would think about like, oh, like that character from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, like Thanos's wizard vizier guy, you know, the one with the magic one. He kind of floats around. His posture is very high, right? He holds his head high. Maybe he has like his hands kind of like pressed together like this, you know. Maybe he's got his eyes kind of more like shut. Maybe he's unimpressed. He could still have the hood. You know, maybe he's kind of floating off the ground. Ebony Moore, right? You know, maybe he's got some sleeves. These are different things, right? So just trying to have some, what's the word? Specific considerations that you have about like definitions. Like what is it? You know what I mean? If you know what it is, then it's easier to make decisions in your designs that represent that. I think you do know what this is. I just think maybe it just needs to be more conscious. Like, I feel like I know what this is, but there are things that we can do like to min-max it a little bit. Like, I like to think about silhouettes a lot. So, you know, in these shapes, it's very simple. Like the silhouettes are very simple, right? It's like this, right? And that the posture is sort of clear just in the shape. This is more like forward lean, head there, arm, like that. This is kind of hard to tell what's happening, mostly because of like, I would say like the thickness of the limbs for me don't say mage. So this is quite a strong looking kind of leg here. It's almost like genie, but it's I don't know. There's something about it that, especially this chest, like the posture feels really strong. It's very heroic. It's pretty buff for a mage. So like, how do you play into that? You know, what is, it's not that you can't do a buff mage, but it makes it a little harder to recognize. Because the brain, you know, your intuition is like, okay, strong versus smart versus like fast is usually how people think about this stuff. So like, you know, a soldier or a warrior would be strong. A mage would be smart, right? Strength, dex, int, you know, and then like an archer or something, ranger would be fast or agile. So you kind of want to, if it's just a basic enemy, you kind of want to like make it look like the stats that the player should think that it has. Now you can do like, you can split it. You could do warrior mage, but then how do you, what doesn't it do? That's the other way you can think about it. What does this character lack? What skills doesn't it have? you know? That helps. It's just as important to define what's inside of your concept as it is to define what's not in your concept. Because if your character can do anything and be anything, and it sort of makes them unspecific. You know, you've got. I really feel like the hood tells me a lot about this character. It's very, you know, Black Mage from Final Fantasy. It's very, you know, Vivi from FF9 kind of thing, seeing the two eyes in the dark. You know, that kind of, that's quite tropey in a way that is good, right? It makes me think at least either assassin or mage. But then, like, I would consider, like, why not push the design a little bit further? Why not lean into some of that stuff? Like pointy hat says mage immediately. And I know some of this is like design stuff. But it's going to inform both. Like the posture and the design go hand in hand. If we're just talking about posture, what I would say is the things I would change, and I'm doing this in Leonardo because it's a bit easier to see, but I would try to put this leg in front, not this one. So the brightness of the colors gives us a little bit of an insight into how much light can hit it. So I would consider making this lighter here, because that's showing us where the thigh is. And then I would darken this, and I would put this further out this way. If you wanted this posture that you've got as it is exactly. Maybe even, yeah, lighten this part up. And then I would maybe put this out this way. I would probably also then lean the character forward a little bit to make them kind of look a little bit more like they're trying to, you know, they're ready to throw something. I think with posture, in fact, let's go over to AEST sprite now and do this here. With posture, the what posture has the potential to do is describe what the enemy's intent is. Okay? So like, if you see someone standing at a starting block, like a sprinter, their posture tells us what they can do. The main guy is Armin, and his father is Magnus. So you can see this because the body is it's kind of like, muscles are like springs, right? So having the body low and having the foot kind of resting on the block like this knee being bent and this knee being bent tells us that they have the potential to be straightened, right? We're ready to launch forward because we're bending down. A character standing like this does not look like they're about to launch forward because they're not balanced in such a way that would let them do that. So it's kind of like a similar question here of like, what is his posture preparing him to do? Right now, he's pretty static, right? His legs are a little bit bent, but his arms aren't really telling us that he's going to do anything. Is he going to throw these orbs at us? It doesn't look like he's going to because he's holding them like this. So again, it's about that intent. You know, what do we want it to look like he can do to us? I would consider actually going for one orb rather than two. And I would build the character's posture around the one orb, maybe. Like maybe it's, maybe it's like a baseball pitcher. Maybe they're like holding it like this, and this arm is like down low, and they're kind of like leaning forward. And they've got this kind of like, maybe they're even holding it up like this. The proportions aren't quite right yet. All right, maybe it's like the orb is sort of sitting there and they're like leaning forward, holding it up like they're about to drop it on us or throw it down like a grenade or something even. You can even, you could even, hold it a different way. I'm gonna do it more like this. Chaos mode activated. That's right, we've got a chaos orb right here. What is the thing that they can do to us? And how does their posture tell us that they're prepared to do that? Maybe, ooh, I like this forward lean. And I love experimenting with this stuff. Like, I love thinking about how the different postures inform the different things. So right now, I just realized, oh, okay, if I take this and I lean this forward, we could have it so that the chest is kind of rotated. Maybe he's kind of rotated towards us. And this is actually more like this. Leaning back versus leaning forward is different. I think if you lean forward and you're holding back, then you've got a little bit more, there's like a counterweight. Like you need to lean forward to balance out the weight of the thing that's behind you. It's all interpretation. You can do whatever you want. I mean, there are lots of valid ways to do what we're trying to do here, but all I'm trying to do is prompt the conversation a little bit. And there's a difference between the animation and the pose, right? Like, we're just talking about an idle here. This isn't the first frame of an attack. This is the idle that the character is in before they're attacking. So we've got some options here, right? Now we're looking at poses. And I think that the other thing that's really worth mentioning for this whole conversation is actually about foreshortening. So this arm, the idea is that you've got like, if the chest is here, this arm is going like this, and then it's coming towards us back the other way. Okay, it's physically shorter on the screen than it would be if it was straightened out this way. Because it's crossing back towards the body. Like my arm right now, it's like, that doesn't make sense. Like, why does my arm, pixels wise, it's not even It's so short, but because it's, you know, perspective, we understand how perspective works. It doesn't look bad. You don't expect it to be this long on the screen. So understanding that like the torso doesn't need to be drawn like an upright rectangle. Like in this case, this torso technically isn't as tall as this. Like if this was the same sized character. Let me see if I can explain what I'm trying to say here. You know, when someone leans over, they get shorter. And they don't necessarily have to replace that height. You're not just taking something and rotating it. You can actually tilt it as well towards or away from the camera. So it's important to just think about, like in this case, the feet here. If the feet are actually like this, when they're sideways, all of this width becomes compressed when we rotate it around this way, 90 degrees, where it's just flat, right? It's just a lot narrower when it rotates towards us. So if we're talking about dynamic poses, for me, that's a big thing. Another one here, you can see this, right? Look at how short this arm is on screen versus this one. Like this is all the way here and then all the way here. This one is just here and there. It looks like, you know, if you were just counting pixels, this is a lot shorter, but the perspective lets us see that. So the same thing here, right now, you've got it very square. If you were if you had the bravery to make it a little bit more foreshortened, I think you could do more with it. Of course, you need to know what you want to, like, you have to have a decision about what you want to do. But same thing with like leaning forward. Like this head, if you tilt it forward like this in front of the body, it takes on a different feeling. The fact that it's sitting on top, like as I lean forward, look at what happens to my neck. As I lean forward, my neck kind of like disappears because my head's in front of it. So again, it's hard to really achieve a dynamic pose if you're not prepared to have things overlap other things. And basically appear differently because of the perspective of the camera and where they are relative to that. Like even that, from where you had it, I think is a lot stronger. Thanks, Big Imp. Yeah, I mean, that's how I design this stuff. Like I'll sit here and I'll find the pose first. I'll just draw a blob and I'll be like, okay, where is the character in this blob? And while it's like this, it's really easy to just break stuff up and play around with it and not worry too much about getting it perfect because there's no details. So you can literally just play with it until the shapes feel like something and then like uncover those shapes and refine them more to see what you're looking for. You know, it's like discovering something. That's how I like to do it anyway. So this is almost a little bit JoJo, you know, there's something happening here. And it's like, okay, what does it need to do to feel more like that? If I'm going to go down that direction, if I'm going to explore that. And then at a certain point, you need a shade because you just can't see things properly without them. Just to create depth and distance. You know, whatever. This is hard to do. This isn't easy to do. It takes a long time to learn how to do this. And it takes me a while to get there. So don't feel like if you can't do this the way I'm doing it and get something that looks good, don't feel like that's, you know, a reflection on you. But yeah, I do try to just get to the point where I actually have something that feels like the thing that I'm, you know, posture-wise looking for. Hang on, this was all the way to here. This goes into the middle. Got the belt across the thing. And I would push, you know, I would push it further if I could. So like, what can I do again with like the design elements to take this pose and make it go further? You know, we've got like our orbs here. So like, let's just kind of fun. And don't be afraid, like if something's not right, like don't be afraid to take the scissors out and just cut it up, you know? But yeah, I like to think about the design elements as things that reinforce the silhouette. I think a lot of like Street Fighter characters are designed that way. Maybe one high and one low would be cool. And this one could be more in front of the body. Maybe with the hands coming around it. Oh yeah, MOBA characters. Yeah, exactly. They're made to be identified based on their silhouette. And then once you've got the shapes laid out, then you can start thinking about, okay, like what do these shapes, like how do I want to paint these shapes to reflect the thing that they are supposed to be? So maybe I'll just replace this color with this color with this, keep this there, because he had the shirt on. Purple in here, so just supposed to replace that with that. This was the darker purple. And then that was blue, right? Let's put it over here. Maybe we want to have this be a little bit less exposed. Got his chaos orb in the belt. You know, and then I would push it even further, you know, maybe make him lean back even more, go full JoJo, and then just play with the shapes until I have the thing that's exactly what I want. And it'll take ages, and you know, you'll get sick and tired of it, and you'll come back to it, but then when you come back to it, you'll see it in a better light. You'll go, oh, hang on, that needs to be more like this, that doesn't look right. For me, I mean, I don't know how long it takes to build that skill of like being able to look at something and say, this doesn't look right for this reason, to like be able to diagnose why a thing doesn't look correct. I think I've always been pretty good at it, but it still took a long time to learn how to apply the critical mental mind into something that was actually able to then fix it. Like I could see why it was wrong, but I didn't know where to put the pixels to make it look better. I think everyone's different. I think some of it is like a natural thing. Like you're just kind of not born with it, but you happen to be predisposed to seeing things a certain way. Like I get irritated by certain things that aren't right. And there's a lot that I've not done right here even. Like maybe the belt should be higher up. You know, maybe perspective wise, it's not great yet. I get tunnel vision too. You know, I get stuck on stuff. The arms are probably still pretty long relative to like the legs. So, you know, we could make the legs a lot longer if we wanted. Like it doesn't come out right first go. But if you're okay sculpting it and letting it get there, then, you know, it's just like an eventual process. All right, I'm going to stop here. How was that? Is that good enough advice? Cool. I've been doing pixel art about as long as I've been making my game. So yeah, the blob technique's the way to go. So if you look at old screenshots of Insignia, that's kind of like a... I can show you some work in progress stuff if you're interested in seeing what the journey was like. Is that what you mean? You just want to see some examples? You can even look at my old videos on YouTube and see how scuffed it was. Dude, I want to animate the lower part of the cloak waving in the wind. Yeah. Hey, I enjoy this stuff. I know we've got a lot of new viewers, so I want to be able to give you all a good vertical slice of what the stream is like. You know, while you're all still here, I want to keep you here. So we sometimes do this on stream. I don't have like a thing I'm trying to do specifically like this week. And even today, like I slept really poorly last night. So like, I know that it's hard for me to stay on task when I'm this tired. So if it's something that I can do that's valuable for you, that gives you something interesting to look at and entertaining or informative, like that's all I can really hope for. I'm not going to judge myself on it. So, old stuff. Yeah, I can show you that. What's up? Yeah, so check it out. This is Insignia's character Armin over like a number of years. You can kind of see like even this question of posture in this has changed a lot. You know, you can really feel the difference in weight and more like intent in the size of the limbs, how the limbs are balanced relative to the body, what it says about the character. Like Armin's a pretty stock kind of hero. He's not, you know, he's just supposed to be like just a guy. So he's not in like a power pose or anything like that. But he definitely feels different here than here, or even here. Like this is kind of a little bit rigor mortis, you know? It's so stiff. And mostly this is because I couldn't figure out the shading. That foreshortening stuff, it works because of the contrast between light and dark. So you perceive this as the chest coming forward and the arm going back because the chest is lighter here than the arm is here. So your brain goes, oh yeah, that chest is pushed up a little bit. Whereas here it's so muddy and flat that you can't tell what's happening. So it just looks like something. Same here, like the shades aren't really serving any purpose. I almost had a pretty good shot of like beginner's luck with this one. I don't mind it. It's still pretty cool, but I'm much happier with. This is like there was a local maxima here, you know. There's like I did something that worked, but I had to go down before I could come back up again. I mean, this wouldn't have. The thing is, the game that Insignia is today, this character wouldn't have been suitable. Its proportions aren't good. What's actually something that I don't really mention very often, is how characters in action games are beholden to hitboxes, right? Like this character fits into this rectangle in a pretty neat way. This character's rectangle of where his collision space would be is a lot taller. It's a lot thinner. So animating this, like the more your character deviates from like a square, the more you have to think about handling animation such that they're like, the more square they are, the more straightforward their position is. That's what I'm trying to say. If you have a character that's literally a square, like an animal well, the character is like a blob that's just whatever. The position in space is really easy to understand as the player, and the animations can be very simple because all you're really looking at is this thing moving around. But if you have a character that's like this tall, and they do some sort of attack or whatever, or they're jumping, if they lean forward, it's like, is that hitbox? Is that hitbox? Like where are they placed right now? Their head is here. Is their position here? If there's a ledge that you have, how far off the ledge can they be before they're considered off the ledge? The more thin and wiry they are, the harder it is to intuit that stuff as the player, and even in the mechanics, it's hard to resolve their position in the level. You don't want dynamic hitboxes. For navigation, you basically just want one rectangle all the time. Mostly because you don't want the animation to change the collision space. If the character is standing right on the edge of a ledge, and then you have some animation that changes this hitbox to make it go over here or be shorter or taller or different, where you are in the level or your ability to like know what you can collide with, what you can stand on top of, then it's harder to do that. So you look at games like platformer games where the character moves around a lot. I have a video about this exact thing actually. Let me see if I can find the no, I don't have it. Okay, I've got a video on it. Being too noisy. Check this out. There's a diagram that I did that was like perfect for this conversation. Where is it? Is it not this video? It might be canvas sizes. Oh yeah, there you go. So look at the characters in this lineup that are platformer characters. Like Celeste is, look at this, like dimensions of Celeste's, of Madeline in Celeste. It's like literally 2 squares. Versus like Stardew Valley where like the head is this big, the body is this big. It's not a platform game, so it's not a big consideration. Blasphemous is the extreme end. Where like, it kind of, I mean like the level geometry in that game is very simple. The Penitent one is like running around on levels that look like this for the most part. The platforms are really big and long relative to the character. So you're not really doing much tight platforming. It is cool aura, isn't it? It's these lines here coming off the stance. I love that pose. It's super heroic. But yeah, not to say that you shouldn't do more, you know, extremities in your character design, but I think it's just harder to do tight platforming when your character looks like this. This is like AAA indie, so they know what they're doing in terms of like how the level design should relate to the character design, what kinds of what the tolerances are for that stuff. But I would recommend, if you're just doing it yourself and you're figuring this stuff out, like go this kind of set of proportions is my favorite. I like this. The games that look like this are games that I like. Even like thinking about Hollow Knight. I should make this a YouTube video. Yeah, tolerances is definitely the word. It's like, what can you afford? Like your character is almost like a system, you know? The character's design is a system that gives you like constraints when you determine the proportions of the character. So understanding the constraints of your game helps you negotiate between those constraints in the design of the character, the design of the levels. Oh, Neil Future, thank you so much. Hey, Dread Pirate Roberts. Welcome. Thank you so much. I'm not super into Hollow Knight. I don't know if I've mentioned that on stream. It's not really a game that I like very much. My brother's playing it right now. I played it back in 2017 when it came out. It's okay. I don't know. I like the atmosphere more than I like the game. Hey, Tech Workbench. Thank you so much. I'm like, for those of you who are new to Adam C. Eunice and what I like, my tastes as a game designer, I'm very fixated when it comes to action platformer games. I'm very fixated on the kinds of game feel that come from character design and animation systems. Like, if your game, and actually animation timings are a huge factor in this. So like, if you were to compare the sprite sheets of characters in Street Fighter, right? You have like, let me see if I can find something here. Lots and lots of frames dedicated to something as simple as like a walking animation, right? Because it's important in a fighting games. No, I'm just gonna explain. I'm gonna explain. Makoto Street Fighter sprite sheet. I've done this before. There's videos about this where I've talked about this specific topic. I know what I'm looking for. Okay, let's take this animation for an example. When you hit the button, how many frames until you get the thing that you're looking for out of this? I don't think I can I download this GIF? Maybe I can. Oh, it's WebP. Okay. Like, think about how many frames pass from the time you press the button to the time you get a hitbox. It's like, there is the hitbox. It's not like, hit the button, get the hitbox. Now, obviously, in a fighting game, that's there for a reason, right? There's time that passes by because there's another player on the other side of this, and it wouldn't be fair to the other player if the hitbox came out immediately, because the game would be reduced basically down to who presses the button first, right? Who's spamming the button the most? If you can get a hitbox on frame 1, why aren't you pressing the hitbox button every frame? Just press attack over and over again, and you'll have hitboxes all the time. Animations that have duration create space for design and dynamics in combat. You need animations to do that. Because if everything happens on frame 1, like if you have a character in your game and when you press the attack button, immediately you get a hit smear like this, right? It feels really good. The first time you implement this stuff, getting this to appear on frame 1 feels really good because it's fast feedback. And feedback makes the player more confident in what they're doing. So it's valid as a design thing, for sure, to just throw a hitbox out if you don't care about creating interesting combat design. If it's more just about making an action game in general, and you want the game to be frenetic and fast, and you want maybe you've got a lot of enemies on screen and it's more about just weaving in and out of enemies and not getting hit, that's fine. But that's like one kind of game. for me, I'm really, really invested in the idea of, okay, what other kinds of games can we make? Like, what other kinds of combat can we put in games? And I'm like forever grateful for the fact that FromSoft Games made Dark Souls, you know, because Dark Souls is a game where like every time you press a button, you wait like a second before a hitbox comes out. But that game has so much tension and interesting dynamics in combat just because of how it's almost strategic. It's like beyond tactical. You know what I mean? It's like you're not bobbing and weaving. You're waiting. Now's my chance. I hope I don't get hit between now and when my attack comes out. You know, it's like there's more thought that gets put into pressing a button. I like that. But the only way you can do that is if you slow the game down, slow the attacks down, slow the enemies down, slow everything down. And then the decisions have more weight behind them. So Hollow Knight for me, it's like, sure, it's, you know, it is what it is, and that's not unfun. But I've played like how many games like that do we want to play? I don't know. Or at least, do I want to make a game that feels like that? Just you playing a rectangle, throwing hitboxes out, bobbing and weaving between enemy hitboxes. And again, like it's fine, like it's good. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't find this interesting mechanically. This little moment here, this interaction to me is like what's the enemy doing? Like what is the interaction design that's happening? It's really just the enemy is a moving hitbox. Don't get hit by the hitbox. Right? The enemy is a rectangle that hurts you. Attack the rectangle before the rectangle touches you. It's not even that it's bad. Like I like it. I just don't want to make something that's like that personally. Creatively, it's not interesting to me. Yeah, I mean, how many games do you know that have slower animations in a platform space where the combat is tight and deep and where it matters which kind of attack you do, not just whether or not you press the attack button? It's pretty rare, actually. Like if you play any like Castlevania games or Metroid, or most of those games, you don't even have a melee weapon. Most of those games you have a gun. In Metroid, you just shoot. It's more about which gun you choose to shoot. In Castlevania, it's just you've got different height levels of the sword that you swing, but it's still just a hitbox coming out. So for me, like a lot of the design things that I think about, it makes sense to combine reflex-based jump gameplay with reflex-based sword gameplay. Well, that's true, but even Hollow Knight's jump gameplay is kind of not that interesting to me either. Like I don't know, like it just doesn't. You know, this is kind of cool, dashing through a thing, but like, how many platformers have I played? Even like this thing of jumping up the walls, like bothers me to no end that you can jump up the same wall that you jumped off. You know? Like I just don't, there are just more interesting things you can do in a platformer. And maybe like, I'll be the first to say it. There's like a real risk that Insignia, oh man, like this is just so boring to me. It's like, maybe Insignia will be biting off more than it can chew. Right? Like maybe I'm trying to do too much mechanically and it'll just be unwieldy for players, or they won't feel comfortable getting around the game. So it's just cerebral in a way that they don't appreciate. That's possible. I'm probably the first person to, I'll be the first person to admit that, like, as a designer, I tend to go for the dense ideas. But I like the challenge. Like, I just think that I want to try something different and new. Yeah, it's just where you put the game design. Like Hollow Knight's game design isn't in the character controller. It's in the levels and the enemy placement. That's it. Like it's the character is just a rectangle that shoots out rectangles. But it's more, and the enemies themselves aren't interesting either. Like these enemies aren't doing anything interesting, but it's more about the enemy placement in the level. That's what's interesting. It's like, can you get through the level dealing with these enemies? And the tension, obviously. What's good about Hollow Knight is the tension. It's can you get through the level without dying? And the memorization of the level, Metroidvania style. Which again is it's totally valid. I mean, like I'm not saying it's not I understand why people like it. And like I said, I had fun playing it too. It's just a different thing to what I'm trying to make. Hey, ZenXTTV, thank you so much for the sub. And even the bosses, like I would call the Hollow Knight bosses, I call them something like, it's like, the word I use is bullet hell. That's not really what it is, but it's like hit and run. Like it's like memorize the boss's things it can do and where its hitboxes can be, and jump around to avoid where those hitboxes are going to be. And then when it's your turn, hit the boss. See a tech workbench? Like, oh, thank you. I don't use anything, just shampoo and conditioner once every couple of days. What do you feel about the longer you hold the button, the more height you gain from jumping? Insignia has that too, but I try to do it the Smash Brothers way. So in Insignia, it's based on when you let go. You're basically on two different curves. So if you let go really early, you go on the small curve. The longer you hold it, you go on the big curve, and then you basically exit out whenever you let go in between. The Hollow Knight thing is different because they're trying to give you more control. So instead of jumping like this, you jump like this. If you let go, you just immediately descend at max velocity downwards. I just don't like it. I don't find it aesthetic for it to behave that way. It just feels weird. So like, yeah, in my game, when you commit to a jump, like you're in the air for a while, like as you're jumping. But I don't think, I'm not really going to ask of the player I'm not really asking of the player to do the kinds of things that you do in Hollow Knight. I'm never going to throw like 4 enemies at you at the exact same time. So I don't need the player controller to be that agile. It's just a different kind of game. I don't think this kind of game really exists this way. There are games like it. There are games like it. But they all end up being a little bit different. Like there's a game, what was it called? Oh, it was like another Smash Brothers inspired platformer. Smash Brothers inspired platformer. What was it called? It was like something drops. Declines drops. This is kind of doing something similar. Declines drops is actually but it's different again. It's kind of more almost getting into the beat 'em up thing.
It takes the gameplay style of Super Smash Brothers with your standard aerial smash and special attacks that will change based on properties.
This is declines drops.
Thankfully, the game really supports the player in this endeavor. Too many games with collectibles perform a cardinal sin in its level design, removing the ability to backtrack. Nothing sucks more than accidentally progressing through a level when you thought you were finding a secret and having to restart the whole stage again because you missed a one-time collectible. In Declines Drops, the levels are designed so that you can always go backwards through them, if you wish. Even if it doesn't look like it at first, believe in the game and you'll eventually discover the path back. The level design should also be praised for how it changes up the gameplay the further into the game you get. Even with a focus on combat, Declines Drops is ultimately still a platform.
Yeah, I think the thing that I really care about. What about Vernal Edge? That's another one that's similar to Insignia, I think, but I'm not sure how similar. I think that's a bit more speedrunny.
You can go in any which direction you choose. And in that regard, it's classic Metroidvania. Vernal is an incredibly well-weighted character, and the controls are very easy to pick up. Jumps are precise. Input latency is at
cool.
minimum. And as you
Donkey Kong Country. I gotta do some of those. I gotta put these in Insignia. The Donkey Kong Country barrels. Katana Zero. I haven't played it. I'm aware of it, but I haven't played it. Where are the enemies in this game? Okay. Yeah. Hang on, let's watch. Okay. You're doing your combo. The thing that I'm trying to do right in Insignia, and I don't know if I'll get there. Like it's totally possible that I just will fall flat on the design here, is the idea of a duel. That's really what this is supposed to be. Like when you come up to an enemy and you parry and then you attack back and then you do your little combo or whatever. That, not for all of the enemies, like a lot of the basic enemies are, they are what they are. Like these bees are just hitboxes that move around. But the more tougher enemies that test you a little bit more, I really want it to feel like you have to approach combat a little more intelligently. You know, it's not just press attack, it's like which attack. Like, I don't have any enemies yet in the demo, but I did in 2022. I don't have enemies yet that do like dodge rolls away from you when you hit them too many times. Like enemies that will react to the fact that you're hitting them. The Hunden, he has a backstep, but like currently he's kind of down tuned. He's not really, what's the word? He's kind of like the base version of what I would want to do with the enemies. There's also another layer that I would love to explore, which I'm not sure if it's in scope for the game yet, but it's the idea of enemies that work together. Like an enemy that has a bow that runs behind an enemy with a shield and then fires from behind him. So you have to like take out the shield guy before you take out the bow guy, you know? Or maybe you can use the bow guy's projectiles to parry, and then you like I do like a little bit of it, but not a whole bunch. Because the thing is, Insignia's got a lot of depth to it. Like learning to do, hang on, let's see what we got here. Learning to do the parry, and then like creating scenarios where like, hang on. Whoop, whoop. What? No hitbox? Oh, there we go. You know, there's something in that if you do it right. But all of that's mixed in with the platforming stuff we're doing. So it's kind of like, you know, there's a lot in this game. Why is he dodge rolling when I'm just pressing? I don't know what that is. What is that? Oh, I'm holding run and I'm tapping forward. I gotta get rid of that. No, that's... Oh. Yeah, I gotta change that. Yeah. The Hunden's probably the best example. But even like I've got boss fights later where I'm planning on doing it in a much more dense way. It's just the player character controllers, the enemy behavior trees need to be really good. And I don't yet have a, damn it. I don't yet, oh Jesus. I don't yet have a way of what's the word? Having enemies break out of combos is a big one. So like they don't have a way of dealing with you in the air. Like once you've got them in the air, they're pretty much done for. So having like a... like the... This game will be good when the way that I make it look is how players have to play it. That's it. Right now, like, there's kind of no reason to not be just like super aggressive. You could just attack and enemies can't really do anything back because like you just put the hitboxes out. I do want for it to be easy enough to put hitboxes out that you can do this, but I want for it to be the wrong answer enough of the time. Yeah, poise is a good one. Like, oh, I do have poise as well. I've got enemies that can tank. Like if I give him, I can do it right now if you want. This is Kerr. But again, a lot of this comes back down to kind of like design. So it's not just if the systems exist or not. It's designing the enemies as encounters. So like, should the idol be super tanky, or like when should the character be vulnerable? It needs to be set up in such a way that the player has to think about it like a puzzle. That's the thing that I think is really important. So like this here, maybe, yeah, sure. Maybe on this, we give him more poise. You know, we give him like 30 poise or something crazy like that. So if you try to attack him now, you just, oh, the walk, a bit different. Hang on. What have I called it? Stalk? Yeah. 30 there as well. Yeah, see, like that didn't break him out of his animation. So you still get hit even if you hit him. But then it comes down to like the the enemy design. Like that disappear and reappear is really cool. I like that quite a lot. But I want there to be more sort of swashbuckling. That's kind of the word that I use a lot when I'm trying to describe it. So like the idea that you have to react to what they're doing and then they react to what you're doing. That's the thing that I really, really want to do a good job of. Like tanking that attack by guarding and then taking my turn. Poise is how much damage you can take before your animation gets broken. It's basically super armor. Yeah, it's per animation. Well, you want there to be a correct answer. Like, what's my opening here? Should I be parrying? Like, what do I do? Do I wait until he's done with his big attack? And then you've got to put the animations in. Like, this is why it's so uncommon in games to do this. Because, like, you do, like, long animations, and then you do, like, a cooldown animation. So an enemy, like, being out of breath or something like that. And then that being their empty, like their opening. Oh yeah, this is actually part of a boss fight, and the boss fight's going to have a shared health bar. So this health bar is just superficial. It's not. It's actually a tag team boss fight. There's two bosses at once. Oh, teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, kid. Nope. I don't have any food. But even this is like, you know, it's not there yet. This needs so much time to get right. You know? And I think that's why people don't do it. Why isn't she dashing forward? Because it's not fun if it's overwhelming. Oh, she's not doing her dash. She did it once and then she stopped doing it. Anyway, that's kind of the future. In the future, when I've got it down right, having the game be a little bit slower and a little bit more deliberate is the way to go. I feel like we might even need to slow Armin down even more. I've been thinking about the idea of like a strong attack versus weak attacks. Like maybe you can charge the attack button and you're kind of locked in place until you let go. So like there might be certain enemies where like you can't break their armor, you can't do enough damage. Like you can attack them, but you won't do much until you land like a strong attack. What kind of attacks does he have now? I can tell you that. So right now, Armin's attack, his repertoire is, he has like normal attacks. He has directional attacks. He has a guard. The guard, like pressing a direction while guarding gives you the parry attacks, or you can just press the direction while you're pressing nothing and then press attack after that. Then you've got air attacks, which have directions too. You got your dodge roll, you got to jump. And then you've got the special abilities that you gain from enemies. That's the other layer. So this is where it gets a bit more crazy. Like this is a jumping attack that we got from the snake, because the snake is, the snake has bounce in it. And then there's like these hedgehogs. They have a charge attack. So there will be attacks, like special attacks, that have more combat related, like more combat than platforming related implications. Right now, the base ones are pretty platformy. I mean, they still have combat implications, but like, you know, being able to just like launch an enemy into the air while you launch into the air is, you know, like just doing that is pretty powerful and straightforward to explain how the system works. So it's definitely about like, well, the thing about the Hunden is like you can't break their poise. They're just so strong that you just get cleaned up if you try to spam. And I think having an enemy that's super punishing like that is something that I need in the game. Like doing that and just getting hit and going, oh, okay, I can't do that. I want to, but I can't do it. I'm just gonna die if I spam the button. That's, the later enemies have to do that a lot more. And there should always be an answer. Like in this case, doing a down attack steals this ability and then you can have your turn. This one, it's parry. You have to parry that. So I think it's there. I think there's becoming, it's the combat is like the thing that the late game combat is something that we're solving. And it's gonna be an ongoing thing. But I think this game can do that in a way that other games don't because of how much animation fidelity there is. I think, anyway. And not every game doesn't do it. Like I'm sure there are games that do this, but I know that not many do. Because I think most indie games start with something simple and build on top of that. I don't know. Like Blasphemous is not a Dark Souls clone. You know what I mean? Blasphemous is much closer to Symphony of the Night. And it's more straightforward to design that. Press the button, get the hitbox. Even the enemy designs in Blasphemous are they do one thing. Every enemy has one animation. Which again, it's good game design because it reduces the complexity down and makes it easy for players to understand what the enemy does and can do. So the game state is easier to read. But I'm curious about how to go beyond that. That's what this whole project is. Okay. A lot of chatter today. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Oh, thank you. Best chatter. Thank you. So coming back to like the week and what my goals are this week. I think I know what I want to. I think I'm going to be using Unity for the jam. I think I've decided it already. So I guess we could set something up. It's a shame that I'm not using Godot. I really did want to muck around with it a bit. I still want to use it for my stream overlay. I still think that's a cool idea to play with that. But I don't think I want to do that in Ludum Dare because I don't have a full weekend to do it. So instead it's set up Unity project. LD starts. For me, it's Saturday, 12 p.m. midday this weekend. It's gonna be fun. I like to judge people based on their choices. Tiny city, -1. How could you? How dare you? God, a -1. Disgusting. Look at these plebeians. I'm actually disgusted by some of these pics. Hey, here we go. Here we go. This is decent. This is a decent pick. All right. So, new Unity project. Let's close Insignia for now. And we'll set something up quickly. always do that. I always get that wrong. I make a folder and then inside the folder is another folder. But maybe I'll put the Git repo here. Someone said that was a good idea. I think Elzak said it. Do you do that? You put the Git repo in a folder outside of the Unity project? Yeah. All right, well, that's encouraging. Just because it means you can commit stuff that's not part of the Unity project as part of the Git repo. Oops, I need to git ignore. I'm sure I've got how many of them? That's different. Ooh, I love my new computer. My old computer, this would have taken 5 minutes. I need to update that. Oh, that's what I need to update. Oh, you guys, thank you for reminding me. All right, let's update the about section on my website, on my stream page. Is so out of date. It's bad. Dudes, it's really bad. Okay, let's do hardware and software. Or even let's just take it from the top, shall we? Visual Studio 7 2017. All right. It's actually so out of date, it's insane. Let's just get rid of this. So it's a Ryzen 7800, I think. Oh, I need to. We've got the stuff here somewhere. Hang on. In my emails. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. uh, what else do I use? Still pretty much it. What's my biggest weakness as a game creator? Well, that's an easy question to answer. My biggest weakness is I'm distractible. Let me explain it for about half an hour. No, my biggest weakness is I get tunnel vision. That's it. I fixate on things, and I lose perspective. You know, in the worst case, I lose perspective on what's important because I get stuck on things that are difficult to solve, and I don't give up very easily on them. So things become high priority for me, and then I lose sight of whether or not they should be high priority. I just sort of like get stuck on the fact that I'm stuck on them, you know, breaking through the wall instead of walking around it. That can happen to me. That's my biggest weakness. Because we like solving problems and we don't like feeling like we're failing, you know? So it just is the way it is sometimes. Yo, let me update this literally right now. Oh, it supports Markdown? Hell yeah. Will that work? Sort of. Yeah, I'm also the kind of person who's quite, I can tell you all my weaknesses. I'm the kind of person who, I'm just going to rewrite all of these, who gets, I'm very lateral. So I will think of new ways to solve a problem rather than ask somebody the obvious way to solve a problem. Like, I will assume that something requires innovation when oftentimes it's easier to just follow the main path, the straight ahead path. I'll try to go around in ways that, not go around, but like, I'll try to be creative. I often try to be creative in ways that I probably don't need to be. Reinvent the wheel, you know? And then I'll get stuck reinventing the wheel. So what are the things that I want to talk about? Do I have ADHD? Do you know, I have this ongoing thing where, like, in my soul, my like identity is kind of like defined by the knowledge that, like, everyone around me sees me as different. And I it's awkward to know that people notice a weirdness about me. That's how I think about my life. So, like, when I think about that, it's like, maybe that's autism, like very mild, you know, very like light on the spectrum or something like that. But it's not ADHD. I don't think so. Like, I'm the kind of person who can do something the same way forever. I love routine, and I don't get tired of things. Like, I'll just do, like, I've been sitting here doing this for like 8 years. Why am I still doing it this way? You know what I mean? I eat the same breakfast every single day. But like, my wife, she has ADHD, and it's different from me. She likes routine as well, but like, she's the kind of person who can leave something on a table and then walk in and out of the room over 3 months, and the thing is still on the table. You know what I mean? Like, the world, so she gets blind spots. That, I feel like, is like a classic ADHD thing that I don't really do. She also had, like, focus is something that is like, I think for people with ADHD, focus can either be hyper focus or it's really hard to focus, depending on what the thing is. And like, executive function can be really difficult. For me, I don't find executive function in terms of focus very difficult. I do have high anxiety though. So there are tasks that I find really difficult to do. But if I can break them down and get comfortable about them, then I'm okay. So it's more like, I think I have like general anxiety. And maybe a little bit of autism or something, but like, probably not ADHD. At least not at a point where I would ever want to medicate it or anything like that. But this is all self-diagnosis. I mean, like, my psychologist has said, like, do you want to get tested? So it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. I also have like emotional reactions to things that I think are kind of consistent with, like, from what I understand, like, people who have autism, the way that they react to trauma is different, and it lasts a lot longer. Like, it's like, things will really hurt, And I definitely get that. Like things that are almost like, I don't know, like especially around being understood. Like I got like real complexes around stuff like that. And it's like, why do I care? Like, you know, like I'll describe things the way that something made me feel to somebody, and they'd be like, why do you care? And it's like, I don't know why I care, but I just can't let go of a certain feeling or an interaction. I'll like play it over and over and over in my head. Again, that's like anxiety, but like, why am I anxious about these specific things to do with social interaction? Anyway, okay, so Twitch page headings and info. Okay, what am I? I am YouTuber. I am Insignia guy. I am Patreon. You can follow me there. You could donate. I have my hardware and software. What else? Oh yeah, everything. It almost seems like sarcastic. I use everything. No, I'm actually much better at social interaction than I was as a kid. I got some weird, you know, like you go through your life and you assume that you're normal, and then you go, hang on a second, no one else experiences this. This is just a me thing. Hey, Konovic. Hey, Mustachio. I'm planning a refresh for my Steam page, my Twitch page at the moment, right this second. Oh, Discord, that's a good one. And then definitely wishlist. So let's do these as I got a smarter way to do this. Boop. Brrp. Oh, thank you, yay for you. Thank you so much. Most valuable pixel artist. Thank you so much. I still don't understand why you were all so sweet last week. I still don't get it, really. I was just in the corner. I was just in the corner making pixels. I hope that the guys saw me as like a valuable addition. Adam exists, check. I know I'd walk on stream and it's like, yeah, Adam's here. What is it about, like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Support the content by becoming a patron. Supporters. Hey, Zapduck. Thank you so much. What do you do? Are you a designer? I'm a game developer and a Twitch streamer and content creator. I just had my game open. You can find it if I click this button and I click this. I was working on the game a little bit earlier today. 3 weeks in. Where were we? Here? Maybe? Here? Here? That's what I do. I make this game. But I also do a bunch of other stuff. And I just got back from streaming a big week-long event in LA with some other development streamers. And now that I'm back following GDC and the stuff in LA, I'm just planning the rest of my next few months so that I stay on top of my business. Because I think in the next couple of months, we're going to get really, really stuck into it. We're going to be really heads down, you know? So I want to make sure that like everything's in order now so that I can just focus. I'd like these links to be more like this shaped. You know, like that with like a background or whatever. Not with this font, but and then some kind of image that's sort of like back here. And then that's the heading. Are you coding as well as art? Yeah. I do the code. That's not code, but I do work on the code, and I do the art as well. But at the moment, I'm really the director on the project. I'm lead designer, lead developer, and director. But we have also some help from sound effect artists, a sound effect artist, a composer, and 2 other animators as well. And I'm looking to scale up the project a little bit more as well too in the future. Is it MV7? Plus. What do? I make games. And I make content about making games. Yeah. Is that what it's called? R50? I think that's what I got. I stream 5 days a week, but I think I'm going to bring it down to about 4 soon, so I can focus on other things. The business is becoming a big deal now. We gotta have a merch link when we're at that point. Yeah, socials in general. I mean, you can see those links already. They're at the top. I feel like Patreon and donation and merch could all just be like support or like something like that. Cool. Well, I need to do that stuff sooner than later. Yeah, it's 6:22 p.m. where I am right now. It's just the afternoon, evening. No. Cool. I should say there's something I missed here. All right. I may be here tomorrow. I've got some stuff on, so I might just use that time to record a new YouTube video. But I will be here the day after. It's already 6:25, so I've been doing Twitch page updates. I'm thinking about new branding. So that's going to have to update when that stuff's done. I got a page that's like Adam C. Eunice brand, but I think I might need a new one. Just start fresh. You're a branding designer. Nice. Yeah, I enjoy the process that goes into brands. We were talking about logos for my game, how much work I've put into getting to a logo that I like. It's not easy stuff, you know, it takes a lot of energy. I mean, you know, but it's fun to crack the nut, you know, the nut. It's fun. It's fun to iterate on it until you get something that's good. Would I like to work at a major studio? Depends. Do you know what? I would say if I hate this, then I'll do that. But I don't hate this yet. It really comes down to how much security do I want? How much pressure do I want? The creative freedom of doing it myself is really nice. Running my own business, the studio, everything. The stress is high, but if it's worth it, I'll keep doing it this way. I'll make my own studio. We'll buy a location, we'll get people working in the office, we'll do the whole thing. But that's a long way away, I think. And if that doesn't happen because it's just too hard, then yeah, I'd love to just go work at a studio and get paid a decent amount of money to do one job rather than 7. It is kind of funny, but it works. That's the thing that's crazy, is it's actually pretty good. The only thing that's not good about it is it doesn't natively go to mobile very well. It's hard you can't edit them on mobile. What job would you go for? I want to be a game director, but again, it comes down to how this goes. If being a game director is like really strenuous, maybe I'll just go back to lead artist or something like that. I like the idea of storytelling and bringing the elements together to do the storytelling. But like, I don't want to be a pixel artist. There are so many people who are so much better than me at pixel art who only do pixel art. They don't have the other skills that I have, but they do that skill way better. So I wouldn't want to compete with them professionally. My skills are more about the holistic design stuff. So it would be like gameplay designer or game director. Those would be the titles I'd want. Because it's more about oversight and direction. I'm good at direction. I think I'm good at it. Like, I'm not great at lots of things, but that's one thing that I can look at something holistically and say, this needs more of this, or this is trying to do this. This doesn't work for this reason. It's a skill that I have. Again, not the best at it, but I'm working at it. It's worth me investing the time, I think. I really, 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 really like the ocean theme, the VS Code ocean theme. And I want to use it as like a basis of my brand. I love this theme so much. I don't know what it is. It's just something I like. It's just, I can't explain it. Something about that like deep purple and then the bright gold. It feels kind of like royal, but also calm. It's like a storm. I don't know. It's weird. It's moody, but it's also like, I don't know. There's just something about it that's just got a really sick vibe. I grabbed these colors recently directly from it, but you know what it is? It's weird because when I'm looking at my code in the game, let me just grab like some random code. Like it's a lot more gold and blue than it is purple. Like there's no real purple here. It's blue, it's gold, it's pink. It's actually not purple, but because of my stream overlay being purple, it changes it. Like the top banner of my stream being purple affects what this looks like. I think that's done it for me. There's some mix of those colors. So like even this is like not quite like that's what the VS Code color looks like. But there's this sort of deeper more rich kind of purple in there. Insignia has not launched. But if we're talking about the future, if this is for future me, I will say Insignia was such a success and I'm so proud of the work that I put into it. I cannot express my gratitude for all the support that I've had over the years working at this thing. I really wasn't sure I was going to pull it off, but in the end, we made it happen, and I'm just so happy to have been able to realize this vision and have you all support me along the journey. It's not easy, but it feels great being on the other side. It's cool color theory. Now I need shapes. I think the brand has to be like more hand drawn, and maybe even we reflect on the pitch deck. We pull from some of that. I want the branding to be sort of similar across the two. Wait, I do have a brand color for this. I made a palette for this. This is Insignia. They're pretty close. That's nice. Oh my gosh, Focus. Wow. I can't believe you remembered that. Are you assembling a press kit? I'm actually rebranding my content. I've already kind of got a press kit, but yeah, this will affect the press kit. I really like this color here. Oh, they're so similar. That's awesome. I just naturally arrive at the exact same colors. Every single time. Yeah, used to be pixel art. Okay. So I need textures now. I've realized like a brand is so much more than just colors. It's also shapes and textures. I quite like the vector art look. I think I'm going to lean into that. Wait, can I fill this? Is that a thing you can do? If I go like this, like can I just give this a fill? I didn't know you could do that. What? Do I have a graphic design background? Not really. So wait a second. Can I do this? No. Because this doesn't connect to that. But then I can. Oh, what a treat. I did not know you could do this. Oh, that's very kind of you, Booby. What a username. It's taken me a long time to get good at this. And it's not even that I'm good at it. It's just that I've iterated on it until I got a good result, but not that I'm good at it. Do you know what I mean? If it takes you months and months to do something that someone else could do in a week, it doesn't mean you're as good as them. It just means you're determined. That's kind of my skill is grinding until I get somewhere decent, and then spending years trying to figure out why it worked. It's cool this works. Doesn't look good yet, but do you know what I used to do, which I would love to do more of? Adobe Animate, when it was Flash. Flash was so good for this kind of art. The way you could wield vectors in that. I need to get back into it. Does having long hair have something to do with being a C programmer? I'm not a C programmer. I program in C#. Wait, to change color for a shape, just select the shapes you want to color and press L and pick the color. Wait, what? L. No? I? Oh. Dick, dip, I, boop. Wow, thank you so much. I didn't know. Thank you. That's the other secret, is just do everything live on stream and have people tell you how to do it. Have people watch you suffer and out of pity tell you how to do things until you're good at them. Nope. We press I. We are I pressers now. I think the difference between these colors is too far apart to use in this kind of context. And there's also we're still missing some texture. I'm not great with textures. That's my thing. I don't really use them a lot in my graphic design. So this is Figma, Scottish Fox. Press B in edit mode. That adds the fill or deletes it. Really? B in edit mode? Oh, there's the fill. Huh. And then I, this. And then how do I turn off the stroke? S? No. Shift slash. Boom. Shift X will swap the fill and the stroke. Oh, that's even better. Oh, so much better. Shift X. Yeah, we were doing Ludum Dare jam prep. Now we're doing a little bit of brand stuff. I gotta go, pals. This was fun. We'll do more later. I gotta think of more shapes to make up the brand. The diamonds have always been a big thing for me. I like diamonds. But they're getting a little bit AI coded. Especially if you bring in the shape. Like if you do this, you make this 4-pointed. And then you do this, and then you do, this. People look at that and they go, AI, Oh yeah, this is just a palette. It's not, this isn't the design. We just got here. We just started this like 15 minutes ago. This is from a pitch deck that I did, but this is just the colors. I haven't got shapes yet, or textures or anything like that. Well, that's interesting. I don't even know what that is. Never seen that before. But yeah, I got to do more, yeah, like I said, texture. Don't have that yet. All right. Well, thanks everyone. Was a pleasure. I'll see you all, maybe not tomorrow, maybe the next day. Just because I've got some stuff to do. Let's raid. Spice. Thanks, pals. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please join me next time. You can make sure that you get notified next time I'm live by following me or joining the Discord. If you like the content, you can check out my YouTube channel and my Patreon page. You can also send me a Prime sub if you are so inclined. That would super duper help me out. How old am I? I am 33. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I have been Adam. You have been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream chat. Pals, friends, countrymen. Until next time.